Good morning, everybody. Am I verified? Probably. Verification on Discord is just having a phone number linked to your account. I just turned it on so that when I ban people, they stay banned and fuck off because they have attention issues and mental problems. It's bidet day? I mean, it's Cinco de Mayo, which is cool. Everything's red this morning. Nothing believed in itself. It's all coming back down. Thankfully, the shit I did carry overnight isn't doing too terribly. I think we'll see, a bit of recovery. Everything ran so fucking hard yesterday. It makes sense to see a pullback. Let's just hope it's not like the big pullback, right? How long did it take to fill your water? I don't know. It's like a minute or two. Isn't red? I mean, okay. I'm sorry. You're right. Wheat is still up. Actually, VIX is up. Wheat's up. It looks like commodities are moving up, which is kind of something we should be expecting. If money does come back, we should probably expect it. Holy shit, that moved hard in the pre-market. Son of a bitch. Should have bought more contracts on this. I only have one. Oh well, not giving me a lot of time. Hey, Twitter's up, sort of. XRT's moving up in the pre-market, is it? It doesn't trade in the or it trades. Yeah, it doesn't trade in the pre. Rig up. So oil's moving, I guess. Yeah. So we're seeing money move into commodities. Big tech's got a big pullback though. I mean, Amazon down 2%, Tesla down 1.3, the SPY down 1. Do you see AMD retracing to the 120 range this month based on earnings? We'll see. It could. I mean, that's a bit of a reach. I think 105 to 112 at best in the short term. But I'm gonna start setting stops at like 100. Oil is up bigly. Yeah, it's moving. 125 cc is safe. Kind of risky. I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know if I'd sell 125 cc's. Ding ding. Um, they may not be. Oh, my 125s, but what? 130, 135 ride. Interesting. Do you want to buy a VIX position if it drops lower? What risks would what risks should I consider? The market have to be somewhat green for a time to keep it low, correct? Yeah, I mean, you need a run up in the market. You want the VIX to kind of start falling off, and the VIX moves in cycles, right? So you'd want to wait for the lower end of this cycle if we get one. Um, and then, try to get in like an average range over the previous 3 months. I usually buy hedge positions in the VIX and the money. Because does depreciate, right, as the market moves up. John Timberly Crisp, thank you so much for becoming a Cornichon, man. Buongiorno. Cat holding its own still. Moving down. I gotta find support at 420, 424. Hmm. HYMC up 32%. Good for them. We have a VIX workshop today. No. So per the DD, BBY currently has a good chance of a negative gamma ramp in the near term. I wouldn't call it a negative gamma ramp, but if the price slips, the put interest can cause it to fall pretty drastically. So there may be like a kind of a violent dip. I think mostly they're trying to prevent the like flip in the hedge. It's and the situation there's so weird already, right? With you know delta neutral trading so high above gamma neutral. I got out of my 135 cc's. I only took an $8 loss per contract. I lost sleep over it last night. Like an $8 premium per contract or just $8 per contract? I thought you were only selling 250s, Bipolar Bear. Hmm. Six. Hmm. All right. Sorry. Just $8 per 100. Oh, okay. I had a bipolar episode yesterday. I see. At least it wasn't a bearish episode. Girk, how are you planning to re-enter GME calls if we just chop till the shareholders meeting? I'll just wait. Try to buy on days where we have lower IV, I guess. Ooh, it drops past 1240. The next resistance is around 740, unless it finds a new resistance on the way. I mean, it would probably build out new resistance. That $7 resistance is super fucking old. It's from like 2020, right? Back here. And there's resistance at 11, like 10, yeah, just at 11. There's resistance at 11, some at like 12 and 1150. It's a pretty long way before we move down into like this range. I think this like 1250 resistance is gonna hold up pretty well. But it does look like somebody's actively suppressing the price on it, which is interesting. I don't have margin on this account, so I don't have to worry about it. Regards to LIFO versus FIFO, Why would anyone ever want to use FIFO? Isn't LIFO superior? Yes. I guess if you want to get rid of your, maybe you have like a long-term holding you specifically want to sell. Like you say you need capital, right? I don't know, bills or something, and you don't want to sell your newer positions that will be taxed at a higher rate. So you'd want to use FIFO in order to sell your initial positions that are, possibly long-term holdings. How are you feeling about V? I don't know. I'm about to get stopped out of a lot of shit today. Uh, Thankfully not getting stopped out of this, but you know, 216 is the next test here. I think I already got stopped out of my Baba calls. Well, not all of them. I still have my hundreds. Yeah, but I'm stopped out of my 85s and 90s. Um, I'm stopped out of HD. I think TQQQ stopped out at market open. Man, I didn't make anything on that. That one sucks. I'm still in my SPY 415s and 420s. Netflix, I'm not stopped out of, although I don't think I'll ever see those print. Um, Tesla, I'm stopped out of. That's about it. You think the amount it runs would be lower or higher once news is announced? I mean, the range might be greater, but the whole point of doing it would be to make sure that the run is less volatile, right? Or at least has less upside. That would be the point of suppressing the price through the buyout period. Yeah, you short and manipulate the price in order to make your buyout offer appear more attractive. It's super shady. I mean, Twitter's just not really going to do anything. There's some arbitrage built into the deal, but it's going to stay like at $50, give or take. Cat going to break down? I don't know. It's either going to break down or bounce at 220. How's the Dow looking? What's your answer? Not finding a floor. Back to 421? some resistance right here already. 422.68 maybe. Hmm. GameStop moving back down towards 120. Morning in pre-market and WeBull, several stocks are shown as closed and not trading. Were you seeing the same thing? I wasn't really watching pre-market on WeBull this morning. So no, I didn't see that. What's up, B-Diz? I was in the wrong stream somehow. Are you following MMTL at all? No. Should I sell my AMD 94,610? Up to you. What happened to ups today? What ups today? I mean, the market opened red. Everything's red. There are no ups today. Unless the market recovers. Then there'll be ups. The market's doing a rug pull. I mean, I think a bit of a recovery. It rallied pretty hard, right? You have to expect some pullback. The move yesterday was ridiculous. I didn't want to hold oil calls since OPEC was this morning, but I think over the summer prices will continue to rise. You think we see a dip in oil to re-enter, or just only uppies from here? I'm sure there'll be some stagnation periods that you can re-enter on. I mean, it's kind of in a dip right now. It hasn't recovered its price from, a month ago. Volatility was the idea with the FTD overlap anyway, not strictly ups. Depends on if funds are buying or selling too. The FTDs sit there until trades happen. Yeah. Well, until they have the requisite volume to clear them. It's more like someone's not so much shorting, but actively suppressing the price of BBBY. I'd close a CSP that's barely in the money with a week out expiry, or hold on the chance it goes in the out of the money with the next week rally. I'm assuming you don't want to be assigned. You could just hold it. Unless it's super deep in the money, if you have a week till expiration, it probably won't get assigned. And if it does, you can just sell a covered call in the shares, or you can sell the shares and sell another CSP. Don't forget your premium pads that loss. Today's with only 1 million shares to loan in Fidelity for BBBY. Yep, it did not track the market very much. Lots of puts came in yesterday on BBBY during that period of time. Likely to keep it from tracking the market. Yesterday was a dead cat bounce. I think just more stagnation. I don't think the market's just going straight back to like fucking 416. I think it's gonna fall a bit. There'll be, some recovery in this range. Maybe another low of like 418. I would I would need to see a breakdown of 418 to confirm more downside. I don't think you're a bot. You could be though. Just filed an Oxy purchase, 5 million shares, over $300 million. They're buying more? Jesus Christ, man. I have enough. Ooh. Or target? Today's Thursday, right? I think we're gonna see a rally on GameStop like between March 11th and 19th, or May 11th and 19th. I think that's our best period of time for like any kind of significant price improvement. Um, this period is weird because it's just choppy. So you can have like big intraday moves during this like overlap period where we have the MM and ETF FTDs. So if you look historically, we'll see like price spikes of like $10 that aren't in line with market trends, and drops of about the equivalent. So you can trade within like a $20 range intraday during this period, and then afterwards, once we hit the ETF FTDs where the MM FTDs are no longer on the table, it appears to drive buy pressure. Likely because ETF FTDs are primarily net short, right? It's risky to hold options overnight in a bear market. There's some I don't really regret holding overnight, like AMD. My further out stuff, I don't care so much. The near term stuff, like a lot of the stuff for May 20th, that's a bit unfortunate. Hey, I beat Warren to his next buy. That's fun. I mean, that's kind of like his price point already, though, right? What Oxy's like, well, what Oxy was trading at yesterday. Is it correct to assume that MMs are going to use this period of stagnation and fear of a crash to play both bulls and bears with an increase of volatility in an increasing range all over the market. Yeah, absolutely. TTM squeeze sunglasses. I don't think we're going to see much price improvement for May OPEX. Although, to be fair, they could try to just mix it up again, right? SPY pushing down to 420. No, the SPY does not look good right now. Where does the BBY ramp go down to? Like 12 bucks? No, I'm not selling any CCs on GME today. Not yet. I might sell a few for Friday, but later in the day. Do I have one Apple share? No, I think they fucking like gave it to me. It was nice of them. It was, right? Volume's starting to decline a little bit. Not much, though. So maybe this is a range where we start to see potential for a reversal. Ooh, Home Depot back under 305. That moved fucking quick. Those are in the money enough that I don't really. So back at 120.25. Are there any decent scalps today, or should I just go back to bed? I mean, you can try to play the short side, or well, you could have, but it looks like the volume's dying off now, so there may be a turnaround or just some stagnation for a little bit. See it as big a profit potential playing GME post split. We'll see. I don't know how much. I mean, it depends on how much interest the split price creates, right? Also depend on how much they split it. 140 safe for next week, considering closing while I'm up now. Let's see. Next week is the 9th through 13th. They're probably fairly safe through the 11th. But if you're up a lot, then I don't know if you need to worry about it. 7-1. QQQ and free fall. Yep. VIX printing. VIX moving quickly back up to towards 30. I hate red mornings. They're so unfun. Dude, this shit is just rocketing. OOI. Hmm. See Tesla coming back up. My sell order didn't fill. I'm sitting at a loss currently. I mean, if everything else bounces, but in the meantime, no. Will Ivy Crush destroy my contract if I buy 45-ish DTE? It shouldn't affect it as much. 43 DTE. Ivy's still pretty high on those. Ivy might be kind of elevated all the way out. Remember, this is a 3x ETF or 2.5x ETF, so it's leverage. So Ivy is always higher anyway. Stop me from buying BBY calls. They keep bleeding, and I keep averaging down. Are you giving yourself time on them at least? Dude, what the fuck is going on with Rig? Rig gonna break $5 again? Huh. Interesting that they hold the line here at 4.30 or like $4.30. This is the same resistance from like a little while back too, right? Yeah. Just fucking love this price. Or if we should roll some of these out. And the value stocks and commodities are doing okay, and the value stocks are staying fairly level. Everything else is just dumping like crazy though. After say a 2-to-1 split, if the cycle's carried on, would you expect the price swings to be half of what they were pre-split? I mean, the percentage gains on the swings should be the same, provided that the cycles carry on. Any prediction where AMD ends up tomorrow? AMD's kind of interesting. It might move up more. But the 90 to 95 call OI dropped off pretty hard yesterday and repositioned to higher strikes. So, AMD's gamma neutral at like 99. But the put call reversals at 100. 156, I think. Apparently there's options on Redbox now. Interesting. How much would it have to run due to MOASS for you to sell shares and give up CCs? A lot. Over 500 before I even considered selling shares. They're not like dupes. They're suppressive puts. So they're using it to suppress the price of the stock. It's not in an effort to like hedge volatility. It's a different game. You can actually grow pretty. It's not as hard to find opportunities in bear markets for scalping because bear markets are more volatile. If volatility's up, then opportunities to scalp are higher. It's a good month for rig calls. I saw some DD the large and the money was placed for August. I have August calls and May 20s. But yeah, I mean oil moving up into and towards like the end of summer is likely anyway, right? So it kind of um helps your position by following like just the seasonal trend in the oil market, which would be exacerbated by current global conditions. And so oil was going to go up and into the summer anyway, right? And now it's going to probably go up a lot more into the summer. Thanks for reading Goodnight Moon. No problem, emotionally artistic. Have you read Goodnight Goon? Some AMD 105 520 calls. Think it'll hold through tomorrow to see where we end up. Cost basis is pretty low, so I'm not stressing. Okay. Hmm. Alright, we're moving into the 418 range now. Where did our run start from? Like 417? I think that's like kind of the average for the last few days. Today's Thursday, Friday. So downside today, then T+2 price action tomorrow. Be a spicy Friday. GameStop recovering a little? No. We're actually carrying like a big positive gamma hedge from yesterday too. They're not pulling the whole market down to cover FTDs on GameStop. Probably will relieve some of the pressure from their run initially, because now they have another hedging tool, right? I'd be like a straddle. Actually, this kind of looks like a buy. Definitely some interest coming in. That's a shitload of volume for this ETF. Huh. $250cc safe for next week? Probably, yeah. FTD and Gamma, blah blah. Useless if all we do is track the market regardless. Thoughts? Until we don't. We don't always track the market, man. Sometimes we inverse it, and you definitely don't want to be in covered calls when we do. Shopify. What about it? Eh. Down 80 bucks. They have earnings last night. God, it's dropping like a fucking rock. They're still trading at absurd multiples. Is this your spy around just shorts covering? I mean, to some extent, yeah. Not necessarily just covering, but like closing out short positions. Thoughts on Baba? I have $100 calls for it. I think it may not break 100. There's a little bit of consolidation here. Weird as Shanghai, but Hang Seng was down. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm still okay holding it in this range because it can just move a lot overnight. Especially if we do see a recovery on the SPY here. So we tested 418. A little bit of a bounce. See if we can push back up above 420. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Yeah, I haven't liked Shopify for a while, but I haven't like committed to buying puts on it. I still think it has a long way to go down. I don't know. There's a lot of speculation there. Um I think people think it's gonna that I think people think that and what's the fucking other one called? I can't remember the name of it. No, their competitor. Etsy? Oh yeah. Are gonna like do well in a like in a recession. Um I just don't think so. Tesla dead. Maybe back below 900. Ukraine will not be able to harvest and ship their wheat as it would normally ship through Odessa. Less than 25% previous year's yields, as not much was planted. Bad weather severely affected South American wheat. Bad weather is severely affecting India's wheat as well. Everyone's freaking out about BBY, but with patience, CSPs, and a good entry, I'm only down 6% on my whole position. It feels good, man. I mean, the thing that's like weird is these people have carried GameStop through periods where it's been down 100% from their fucking cost basis. Relax. If you don't believe in the play, what like or the company, why the fuck would you buy it? And if you do, why wouldn't you just buy more when it's cheap? I don't understand the negativity. Like, why do people get so upset when they're fucking down a little bit? It's not realized. If you don't sell, you don't take a loss. It's like you believe in GME because of Ryan Cohen, but you don't believe in BBBY. which is also because of Ryan Cohen. It's because they YOLO'd? I mean, did they? At what? Like 20? They're down like a few bucks? I mean, fuck, my cost basis isn't great. I'm still at like 20, 19, basically $20 on my position. Figure it out. You spend all your cash, you have nothing to average down with. So you just hold and wait. There's a lot of waiting. Why don't people just cost like average? Why is everyone YOLO into everything? It's not like I ever take like 100% of my port and buy one stock. And I hate diversification. Like if you got like 5 grand, why do you need to spend it all at once? You know, buy 1,000, wait. Buy another 1,000, wait. You know, you don't need to buy it all at once. It's not like there's a fucking rush to be in every single stock position. Well, I know, but I'm trying to fix that mentality that comes with playing GameStop for too long. I mean, Ryan Cohen bought Leaps, right? He bought Jan Leaps. So you assume that his target window is at least January of next year. It's May. Relax. Diversity is the enemy. No, diversification of your stock portfolio just means that you don't know what to buy and you're not confident in any of your positions enough to own a majority of any one. You know, sometimes people sell CSPs on a stock they like for like a year before they get a fill, right? But when they do get that fill, they've collected all that fucking premium and their cost basis is super low. Stop letting the fear of missing out influence your decisions. If you miss out, you miss out. It's so the fuck what? There's always something else. Would you consider Jan Leaps as RC forecasting timing on his next possible move? It's possible. I mean, I don't see how he doesn't double down his position at this point. I mean, I know he doesn't want to be trapped as an insider. He'd be better off if he could find or convince someone else to buy 9.98% of the company um alongside him. But, he could also just double down and make the things he wants to happen happen. It's fucking cheap as shit right now. It's painful to see pretty much all of our gains yesterday wiped out in less than an hour this morning. I mean, that's an entire hour that you could have been stopped out of positions. I got stopped out of half my shit at market open. Sure, I didn't make as much as I would have if the price had stayed up. And I probably shouldn't have carried them overnight. But it's fun to be bullish. Stops. You still have to have stops. Stop being greedy and chasing further gains. Like if your option contract moves in the money, you should have a stop set up right there at that moment. The other side of my straddle printed this morning. Nice. Did it? I mean, my straddle was like at 417. When the fuck did you straddle it? Because at the Fed meeting we were trading at 417. And my straddle stopped out here. Did you straddle the peak? Even if it's not a winning option, you should have a stop set, frankly. So you lose less. You ever set stops on leaps? Sometimes, but really wide. New theory just dropped on SS. Hedgers are trying to manipulate the NFT market lower and lower to make GameStop's market look like a bad idea investment. What? The NFT market's moving down because it was just like a little speculative bubble and it was hype. And now people aren't speculating and the hype is dying. Once in the money, set a stop, then get some quiche. Overholding, afraid I would miss a big move back up, always kept me frozen. It does. Sometimes you just have to take what you can get and be happy with it. And I know that's very much against why a lot of people do this, but a win is a win is a win. And money in your pocket means more money that you can invest, which means more money that you can, it's more leverage, which means more money that you can earn. Compounding gains beat everything. That's why I talk about Buffett so much, because he is the king of that. And compounding losses build up really fucking fast too. Thoughts on Pinterest? I really don't know how that's become popular again. I don't like it as a company. I don't understand what it is. It's just photos of things. Who gives a shit? Why are people looking at that? I can't wrap my head around how a platform like that exists. But to be fair, I also don't understand things like Instagram. Like, why the fuck do you care what other people are doing? It's like photo bucket, right? Like, it's just kind of shit. I'm perfectly happy with my life. I just don't care about anybody else's. I mean, I guess, but this is like providing information. If this was just a rolling series of pictures of shit, it probably wouldn't attract that much interest, right? Maybe I'll try it. Tomorrow's stream is just gonna be image capture of me browsing Pinterest. Do you have any thoughts on Zim? Yeah, they're about to dump a shitload of money into new ships and their stock's gonna tank. I don't even know what scrapbooking is. All right, everyone, you heard it here. Gherk needs an Instagram account. We'll fill it with calves, calves, and more calves. No, I don't want that. Yeah, I know they're good at forcing their way to the top of Google searches, getting all that sweet, sweet click revenue. Why are people so fucking bored all the time? Like, how do people have time to just scroll through shit on their phone for hours? Isn't there anything interesting to do? Or productive? This productive? Like, I f did you just wake up from a 2-decade coma? No, I just hate fucking social media. Watching a chart 8 hours a day is productive, though. Ooh. Hey, up and down like a lot, really in a few days. Well, we had the Fed meeting yesterday, and then we had some kind of market-wide short covering go on. And now we're moving right back to being on the downside. Potential was there. Not a fucking fortune teller, Moonwind. I love you when I make money and get mad at you when I lose money. I know, bipolar bear. Is YouTube really social media, or is it just like TV? Like interactive television? Ukraine has said that if Russia does not stop the war, they will start to attack Moscow. That's probably good for oil prices. Bad for Moscow. I guess 125s were safe this morning. In hindsight, yes. Is it time to buy 350 puts on the SPY? It might be. Fuck, that's rough. It's time for me to get out of my Amazon shares before I actually lose money on them. At least I'm not gonna ever get assigned on my covered call. Fair enough. I'll buy some CCs here and I'll start going up. TQQQ down 12.5%, but QQQ is only down 4. QQQ is down 4.32, which is times 4. Or times 3, rather, for TQQQ. So 13%, roughly. Yeah. It's not tracking perfectly, but it's close. Market crash? Maybe. It's looking fucking kind of spicy. What's a realistic low for a market crash? It's a market crash. There's no realistic low. If the spike keeps trending down for the next 3 to 4 months, will GME and BBBY follow? Probably. Hmm. IV's picking up quite a bit. This is looking like a very bad day. I should get out of these while they're up. If I only have a cash account and I buy and sell options in the same day, I can't get a PDT, right? That's only for margin. Yes. Okay, is this just like fucking short squeezing or something? What the fuck is going on here? $5 million free float. Oh, just insane earnings. Yeah, I didn't realize their earnings was today. Let's see. It might bounce here. Doesn't look great though. Volume's picking up a bit. It's gonna go back up, right, guys? We'll see. I hope so. I feel like I should use this dip on Tesla to buy back my covered calls. Just looks so shit. Maybe just buy puts. At this point, might as well play daily spy straddles. That's what I just bought into. Cancel CSP till the 12th. I want to get into BBY. Should I buy today and sell the CC? Or wait till when I can sell a CSP? Up to you. How much did you BF MOASS? Turns out to be a one-minute candle with 5 billion volume that opens at whatever price, tops out at 4 million, and goes back to that price at close. I'd be pretty pissed. I don't know if I could sell everything in that short of a period of time. That wouldn't happen, right? You'd just get a halt. That sucks, Egan. Is this a market crash? Yeah, I don't know. The VIX is printing hard though, which is awesome. It's already back over 30. What was our high last time? 36? You know what I didn't do? I didn't buy VIX futures again, and I definitely should have. What format allows you to buy VIX calls? You can buy them on most brokerages. Everything's kind of having a rough day. And NASDAQ down 421 basis points. S&P down 320. And the Dow down... I mean, the Dow's doing the best out of all of them. But everything looks like shit. I closed out my cat 210s and my 212s. I closed out my 21750s earlier. Um, I'm out of most things right now. I'm still holding all the commodity shit like X, BTU. I think I'm gonna re-enter Target, but I'm out of it for now. Probably saw some Gamestop covered calls, but not yet. Couple days. $4.14. I have a straddle at 4.16 right now, and I think it's just gonna fucking trade sideways and screw me. It's astronaut day. Oh yeah, is it MOASS today? I thought Pulte and Ryan Cohen were gonna lock arms and take us to the moon. Cinco de MOASS. It's early yet, Pickly man. It's never been that early. Ooh. We're about to see a lot of shit break long-term supports. Ow. Even fucking gold's tanking. Dear God. I mean, I don't know if cat's the best one to flip short on. This will probably be more stable than like tech and stuff. If someone's trying to buy BBBY, could they buy it at the bottom of the market crash for super cheap? Yeah. I could just hear Burry now. See, I told you guys 12 years ago this was gonna happen. I mean, Pop Cern Trader, you might be set, dude. If fucking their stock price tanks and they can't afford the buyout anymore, they're not going to go through with it. Imagine buying BBBY at the bottom and getting seller boxed a minute later. Don't do that to me. Don't give me hope. I mean, it's true. If the market crashes, why would you buy a company, right? You just fucking back out of the deal, let the fucking market tank the price of the stock, and then buy in. Will they survive if the SPY hits 100? No. Treasury's up 4%. Waiting for the dip with money on the side is a real investing strategy. Yes. Is Popstern Trader the greatest trader of our generation? Stay tuned and find out. I mean, if his CERN puts print, yeah. All the debt they have, is there a price of BBBY where you'd be thinking they could be heading for bankruptcy? No, I think their debt's sustainable. They just don't pay it off. Like, they make more than enough money to pay their debt off. They just don't do it. But why would SST have good earnings? I didn't buy SST because I believed in the company's success. I bought it because it was wildly manipulated and overshort. Have you seen how cheap the Jan 23, 24 leaps are on BBBYR? Yeah, they're way the fuck down right now. We beat Buffett's buy-in on Oxy? No. It's getting pulverized to a pulp today. I mean, isn't it just kind of at the same price it was 2 days ago? A little lower. Not much though. 5 cents lower than its low from the other day. I always say follow the money, but there's never a map. All right, maybe a little turnaround here. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. Nothing much, fart sniffer. Nothing much. Bought a bunch for 1 DTE BBY for 0.6 and now 0.3. Imagine they want BBY to hit 17. I mean, you know that you don't have to just hold those open forever, right? Do commodities skyrocket during or after a market crash? Depends. Both. It can happen during. I mean, 100 years ago it would have been at the bottom, but money moves faster now. Is rig safe? I called this morning and they didn't answer. Rolling out rig calls to June. I already have August calls. I might sell these and buy in August, but and if we're gonna crash right now, I don't want to get rid of them. It's fucking weird organic fig Newtons are delicious. Realtors say housing is only going up. What's lower than dumb money? Wall Street bets for realtors? Yeah, it's not. The only people that think housing's going to continue to climb are people who sell houses and people who own houses who are trying to sell their house. Denial is a hell of a drug. They are nature's bakery. How did you know that? Are you trying to sell your house, Gareth? Or are you just trying to own it? Are you worried about your O shares if the housing market crash occurs? No, I have a stop on O at 60, which sells my shares way above my cost basis. So O is commercial real estate. They're also well positioned to buy like depreciated assets. Bye bye, American Spy. The straddle was a good choice. I wish I bought those Vix calls a memoir. When GME FTDs? And for net long FTDs, we have to wait till it's just ETF FTDs. So after the 11th. Fuck you, Fluffiosa. Fully electric mid-sized vehicles for delivery, transportation, and fully electric school buses also have an agreement to build for Amazon. That's compelling. The commercial side of electric vehicles might see more success in the coming years than the consumer side, especially with oil prices on the rise. Businesses would be willing to pay the premium. Yeah, 410. Not sure what to do with my rig. $5 calls expiring in May. I have those too. I don't know. I'll probably just sell them and roll them forward or something. I should probably just sell them now. Do this and then fucking oil will rip. Humbled. Maybe just move them out to like August. That's a decrease in leverage. Ooh. Mm, I think we move back to like 112 or we come all the way back down to like 405. I think we have some decent support. Like 410 to 412. Now and historically. Like locally. We'll see. Huh. 405 to 412. I mean, it could happen today if the price continues to drive down. Volume's leveling off a little bit, though. We'll see. I think 405 is a bit of a stretch for today, unless it really starts to pick up pace. What is this? Has the SPY ever halted? Yeah. What's on Zillow and Open Door? I mean, potentially, but I don't know if you'd be able to buy options far enough out. The Oracle of Inflation, Jerome Powell. I want to order. Trying to convince celebrate Asian Chinese food yesterday. U.S. Senate Committee just passed NOPEC, makes OPEC oil producers open to lawsuits for collusion, which is why olive oil is falling. Just reposting in case you missed the message. I did not see that. That's not good. Where's the resistance for BBBY? This is getting silly. Everything's crashing. Like, I mean, BBY's down 10%, but you know, so it's fucking TQQQ. Facebook down 6%. Amazon down 7. Tesla down 6. The fucking SPY's down 345 basis points. Not to bet against the mouse. Still needs to pass Congress and Biden, though. Oh, okay. What are the indicator lines on your screen? These? Just EMAs. I wrote the bot yesterday, just decided to change their mind today. Apparently. What happened to that so-called negative beta? Sometimes we do. Not today. What's up, VegD? A spy has a case of the Thursdays. Should have bought this straddle at 420 instead of 416. Huh. The greatest trader of our generation bought spy calls at open. I bought some AMD like 1 DTEs at open. I think like 3 of them. 3 or 4. How many did I buy? I bought 3. I think about 3. What level member for Pickles picks? Dillionaire, Roy. We should read more children's books as we watch the spy collapse. Google now worth more than Amazon. Google's cheap as fuck right now. Don't remind me. Ooh. My new headphones are on the way. Maybe if you read Little Blue Track, things will improve. I don't know if I have that book. You go with for headphones? I got Logitech like G Pro Light Speeds, something like that. I don't like the fucking the ones I bought because they're recorded and it's annoying as hell. Can you read Green Frags and Ham? No. Do you have any idea what the NFT marketplace release date means for LRC? Even if it goes great, doesn't that mean the price of LRC will skyrocket? Does it? Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't necessarily mean that it will. No. I didn't do anything to the market. This isn't my fault. The next run up, do you expect GME to run before, or BBY to run before GME like it did in March? It ran in March because Cohen bought in. Is that what you're talking about? Otherwise, it just kind of ran at the same time. How's your streaming going? Hope all is well. Are you buying coffee still? Did you row today? Are you showing off your calves? How did Moonwind do? Did he lose his calls? Was Guybrush freed? XOXO, mom. Thanks, JC. Is the type of dramatic intraday price movements you were talking about in your Reddit post this morning? I mean, it's dramatic. It's a little more dramatic than I expected it to be. I haven't been watching as closely lately. My delight the customer Ryan Cohen plagiarized interview landed me the job. What a blood red day. Yeah. Is there any news to cause this, or is it just panic and fear? I think it's a little bit of panic. There's no news that's really causing this. Not specifically. The way you kept saying market crash tilted me a bit. This doesn't look like a big deal, but you seem to think it is. Is it? It's kind of a big deal. It's a high volume downside move of it's pretty extreme. The Fed wasn't the Fed saying 0.751 target a little bit of new info? No. They moved to 0.75 to 1. That's the current target. But a zero point 0.5 rate increase was already expected. S&P Gators 18. What opportunity should we be looking out for in this movement? Bottoms. There he was. 1 second. Okay, Larry says the market's going to be fine. No, I'm just kidding. I was reading something. There he was in the Black Rock cafeteria, hungry as fuck, and someone shorted the lunch of the day. He kind of resort to stealing his boss's lunch. He found out and made all the stocks Gherk likes dip. I mean, they all still opened up, so it's still able to stop out of pretty much everything without a loss. Definitely not as good as if I just closed it all last night, though. It's a back stock. This is just institutions. What we may be seeing is sector shift after the Fed's announcement of continuous 0.5 rate hikes. So this is probably one of the bigger changes to come out of yesterday's Fed announcement. They went from continuous 2.5 or 0.25 to continuous 0.5. So Powell said that, they're going to keep 0.5 on the table for the next couple, I believe he said, Fed meetings. Which means expectations for rate increases are now elevated per increase. When did Pigeon Whale membership increase? It didn't. It's the same. But we may be seeing institutional longs moving into new sectors with that announcement. That and big money is well aware of the negative 1.4% GDP. Yeah, we get another quarter of this and we're in a recession. Fix your mic. My mic works fine. I'm just not near it. There. That should be better. Are subscriptions not impacted by inflation? No. Pigeon whales unaffected by inflation? I mean, yes, because they're pigeon whales. I mean, they're affected by it. They just don't care. No, it's more like we're seeing a lot of institutions selling and moving their positions. Does this look like a bottom? I mean, it's a bounce, but it's not confirmed. It's very crazy high volume. Yeah, it is. The best hope is SPY drops slowly until Fed gets inflation under control. Yes, although I don't think the Fed has too much power to get inflation under control. Like all they can do is really is raise rates, but that doesn't fix most of our inflation. The vast majority of inflation is still coming from like energy, used cars, and supply chain issues. Theoretically, yeah. Your 1 year trial of my Pigeon Whale membership will expire at the end of the month. Release your secret DD to renew this subscription. Thank you, Grizz. I appreciate it, man. You buying the dip or doing some volatility plays? I mean, I still just have a straddle. I'm not really interested in buying this dip because I don't know what direction things are going to go afterwards, or if this dip is over. Although the bounce is looking better. Bradley Mins, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Saga's confirming the bounce. We'll see. HD back at 301. Cat starting to move up. Still 900s. How far out are you typically buying your spy straddles? The one I bought yesterday was for 520. So a few weeks. Motley Fool deleting the negative articles and increasing his GME position. T-Bill's going nuts. 5-6. Huh. Treasury squeeze? You know, Citadel's massively short treasuries. Mind looking at BBBY. What about it? I mean, it's just like at the same price it was at a couple days ago. Why is everyone freaking out about it? Yeah. Uh-uh. RC's $80 calls aren't looking too hot. And if the SPY drops below 400, VIX is gonna print so fucking hard. Hmm. BBY at least. I mean, if the market tanks, you might be able to get BBY at 5. Listen, there's not a lot of stores of cash for a market crash. You can buy into precious metals. You can invest in the short side. Or you can find like high value stocks that do well in inflation, like Kroger, um, things like commodities, copper, steel, coal. Oil is a little more speculative. Apple under 140 is kind of safe. Silver's a precious metal. I think relatively cheap right now. Yeah, silver's cheap. Silver moves in weird squeeze cycles, but it's at the bottom of one right now. So yeah, silver's relatively inexpensive. The upside isn't fantastic because it's silver, but wear any silver or gold? No, I don't really wear jewelry. Costco, yeah, Costco is probably pretty safe. It's kind of trading at a fairly high PE though. So there's a little bit of multiple that can be shaved off on Costco before I'd be interested in buying it. Are you looking at VWAP on the 4 hour? SPMB? It doesn't look that weird to me. I mean, this has like really weird intermittent volumes, so that would make sense as to why VWAP is kind of strange. Its performance over the last several months has been complete shit. Since December? Sort of metals ETF? I think so. Well, there's like a precious metals one, and then one for like there's a few. There's some for like manufacturing metals, and there's some for production, some for manufacturing, some for like speculation. I was just checking the trend of. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, these are really MBBs, but eh, sure. I mean, they're definitely deflating a bit, but it doesn't look that severe. I mean, it's down $4 over the last 3 months. Maybe. Which non-spy, non-weeklies are you currently in? And thank you. Just like a bunch of commodity stuff. Anything else besides that? Sorry, one sec. Cool. Yeah, you'd think the rally would have sustained into the end of the week, but no. BTC dumping hard. Yeah, down 7%. Why is Twitter green? Twitter's price is actually irrelevant. It's just gonna stay between like 48 and 52 until the deal is finalized. But that extra range, that like $2 range of risk is just padding arbitrage, right? Strangles on Twitter? I don't think the options are really worth much, are they? The puts are worth a bit more. Yeah, I mean, the options really aren't worth anything. Not if Tesla tanks and Elon's broke. Fuck. Yep, it's not looking good. Too late to chase VIX? I mean, that depends on if it turns around. If the market's crashing, then no. Right? You're still tracking Ader and its squeeze potential? Yeah, I don't think it's going to. But I am watching it. Redbox? I mean, it's like it's over. I guess I could keep going. It doesn't look like it will. The volume's dying off. And it's consolidating, but I don't know if it's actually going to go anywhere. Woo! Good wheat. Cat acquired Tangent Energy Solutions. Ooh, interesting. They already approved the share dilution for Ader. That's also the other problem. If it does run up, they're going to sell shares. Yeah, I know they got options. I don't care what Ortex says. Ortex data is not reliable. It's a sad day when we are left cheering that our bread is going to be $10 a loaf. I mean, I'm not happy about it, but at least I can offset the cost of bread for a couple of years. Just because it has a high borrow rate doesn't mean that it's going to short squeeze. It just means a lot of people are shorting it. Or there are very few shares available to borrow. Where the hell do you live where bread's $10 a loaf, Mikas? People who pay for Ortex should not be allowed to trade or invest. I don't think most people pay for it. My first posting, man. It's pretty fun. Nice. You think 144 is a good cost basis? It's decent. I assume you mean for GameStop. That sucks. Post crash, is this going to become a bread making stream? I mean, for the millionaires that can afford flour, yes. I'm kind of upset that I'm moving forward with lending my friend that money too. I'd kind of rather have the cash to buy the dip if there's a crash. Food ripping. Okay, listen, if the spy's at 120 and Jimmy is at 140, there will be a short squeeze. Is it significant that Jimmy is seemingly holding higher lows? I mean, it's just doing it because we have a lot of FTDs right now. If we had fewer FTDs, we'd just be dropping in relation to the market. And frankly, we're underperforming. BlackRock stock is down 30% year to date. They got hit pretty hard from uh, pulling money out of the American markets, like back in last November, and then with Russia as well. But yeah, also, yeah, just their holdings are all down. Sprout's having a really bad... I mean, everything's going to have a bad day today for the most part. Dude, you're getting a house out of the deal. I mean, I'm not getting a house, right? I'm just locking up my money on the potential that if he doesn't pay me back, I'll get a house. How much downside is left on HD? It has really, really strong support at like 299, 298. So it's I mean, a lot of things are right on their key resistance levels right now. I think the only thing that's trading kind of up from its average is Caterpillar. Twitter a little bit, but not really. Or at least out of the shit I'm watching. I'm sure other things are doing okay today. Or to bio stocks and hmm. Is buying puts on a short ETF same like buy calls on an ETF? Yeah. He already tried to get an equity loan on the house. He got turned down. End of day closing price for GME? I don't know. It depends on if we find stability here or not. SPY is fucking low, man. I could just see another sell-off happening too. So Class A shares have voting rights. CFIUS. Do you know why they rejected him? I think he went to credit union and he didn't provide something for them. I forget what it was. There was something he couldn't provide that they wanted. And then he didn't want to go to his bank because he doesn't want it to get reported to his job. I mean, probably doesn't want his wife to find out either. I mean, if repayment goes sour, I get his grandma's house. That's how I'd handle it. I mean, then I have to fucking sell it or rent it, which is kind of a pain in the ass. It's super shady, but he's a super shady guy. So for this guy, it's either you bail him out or he gets liquidated on other holdings. Basically, yeah. If the SPY breaks down under 410, it will take a great deal of discipline for me not to short the E-mini S&P futures with everything I own. I mean, I think 400, right? I agree, but it would be at like 400, not at 410. Is this the same couple with the terrible kids who call you uncle? Terrible kid, but yes. Yeah, I'd get everything in writing. I have to do a title thing, which I think the guy's coming out, or the inspector and the appraiser are coming out tomorrow. I think the title search will be done by Monday, next Monday. My lawyer's handling it. Yeah, he has the deed. It's in his name. She left it to him well, his mom left it to him when she passed. I'm not gonna move there. I am Kirk's legal counsel. Thanks, Sploosh. Perhaps Pulte can assist. Oh boy. You know you've made it where you can just delegate everything to your lawyers. I guess. I mean, I have to pay him for it. Good call on VIX. I mean, yeah. I'm not working out a deal to take his house. I don't want the fucking house. I just want my money back. I've done the calculations, and I need UVXY to hit 100 to make up for my port going kaboom. Fair. He has 60 days to pay me back. Plus 10% interest. I get 10% on the money in 60 days, which is okay. Change the name of today's stream to Guh. It's... Oh, I like today's stream name. I chose wisely. Look at me. I'm the mob now. If it gives you anything less than 10%, you just refuse and take the house. Supposedly, that's the way it's structured. Does that include the money he owes you? Not really. How is this legally binding? There's gonna be a contract and a lien placed on the property? How's it gonna... He makes a fuck ton of money. He has far more money than I do. He's just wildly irresponsible. It's like 20 grand for tying up my money for 60 days. It covers the legal fees. My lawyer's doing it for like 1,500 bucks. Yeah, we have to... We're gonna have a signing, I think next week. Take a massive equity loan on the house if it becomes yours. 200K into millions. I don't even know what the house is worth yet. I know it's worth a lot more than 200K, but I don't know how much. He a coke fiend? No. Why don't you do what he does then? No. I think he could... He doesn't... It's not that he'd have a problem getting a loan. He doesn't want it reported to his job. He'll get fined and probably have his Series 7 suspended for trading. If not fired. One man's coke habit is another man's grandma's house. No, that when you work at a financial institution, basically everything you do is monitored by compliance. So they monitor your bank accounts, they monitor everything. They monitor like your credit constantly. They're always monitoring, you have to use cell phones that they monitor. That sounds horrible. I mean, it's... Compliance is strict. It's one of the reasons why when people shout crime, I'm just... No. How will he pay off the loan without raising flags? Bitcoin? No, he just pays me out of his fucking bank account. Their compliance team. Won't those show up on his tax return? I don't think he's doing them in his own brokerage account. That's how they usually avoid it. He was going to be a loan shark, or was this kind of a COVID hobby? I mean, it's not a loan shark situation. It's not like I'm gonna break his fucking legs. You're telling me that everyone that works at financial institutions is really into FinDom? Yes. There's a market for it. It's like every like professional trader analyst has like an account with their fucking mother or girlfriend or wife, that they invest in. They're just not allowed to invest in their own. I don't know if they monitor this stream. I don't give a shit. Have your lawyer sneak in money or some fine print where he owes you money every time you get called uncle. What's up, Evan? More busy at my day job. Thanks for what you've done over the last year. Plus, may the demand zone always find you on the money. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, man. Good to hear from you, Evan. Well, I hope the market moves up because I'm stopped out of my put side of my straddle. This piece of shit better bounce. What are you looking for before re-entering cat? I mean, I probably should have been looking for this, but I might wait for like a 217 breakout. I could buy 217s right now, and they'll probably be okay. Today's a rough day, man. I hate it when it's red like this. Red days are the worst. Make him use his child as collateral? I don't want his child. If you knew a friend who wanted to start a hedge fund, what book would you recommend for them to read? How to Get Millions of Dollars Very, Very Quickly. And Make Friends with Rich People. Appliance's role is to help break work within the law legally. HSCB laundering, drug money, JPM, COMEX on metals, etc. All compliant. Ultimate flex to ignore the spirit of the law. I mean, most compliance that's done is in order to ensure that nobody is breaking the law, especially individual traders. You're thinking more of like strategy, where it's designed to skirt the law. I mean, there's compliance that works on that as well. What the fuck, Velvet? Are you still a poor? What's going on here? Were you not shamed hard enough? Alliance arbitrage, same like Citadel's entire investment strategy. I mean, a little bit, right? Yeah, I don't know how the fuck DFV got away with. I mean, like, I guess because he wasn't really in an investment role, so compliance on him wasn't probably super strict because he wasn't managing capital, right? He was like in a teaching position, I think, or designing, uh, like teaching materials for other employees. Marketing role. Okay, yeah. So not on the investment side. So if he's not managing capital, like compliance isn't going to be as strict. I'm still surprised that he got away with it. Like that he was able to stream without anybody. I guess not a lot of people were watching either, though, right at the time. No, selling a CC wouldn't be a day trade. Got away with what? DFE is a legend, man. I mean, he wasn't called in by his compliance team for streaming, like even investment education. I feel like they would have had a problem with had they known. I mean, they got fined millions for it, right? They couldn't go after DFE because he didn't really personally do anything wrong, but the violation of their compliance clauses, caused them to be fined by the state of Massachusetts. Yeah, Fenner didn't really have anything against him. I'm just surprised, like, in that role, why he even was carrying a Series 7. Like, why renew if you're not managing capital? Mass Mutual didn't file it with the state? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. It's not DFB's fault, it's Mass Mutual's fault. He didn't really do anything wrong. They did. 400's pretty critical, yeah. So what you're saying is DFE did nothing wrong. Sure. Celebrating Cinco de Quattro today? What? I think a lot of like the general investing public is probably ignorant to what's going on with the market on a day by day basis. Bought some silver coins from a local coin shop. I guess that's one way of doing it. Your DFE's sister died in 2020. I was aware. That's really sad. Why is physical? You have to get rid of physical silver, and then you take a fee. You have to pay a fee to fucking get rid of it. I don't think the physical asset's better at all. Barring some sort of apocalyptic event. If that happens, no one wants to buy your fucking silver anyway. 1 second, my food's here. Someone is accumulating a large position on Best Buy. Hmm. BBBY. Oh, I see. Will they ever let it reach 300 or 400 again? Maybe with the split. We could see a run up that high. It's possible. EMA 60 usually a strong resistance. On the daily, yeah. That ZA looks good. It is. It's just like a local place, and nothing special, but they make a pretty decent pizza. You bought any shares? Yeah. I bought some more this week. I'm kind of thinking about buying some today, but I'm not sure. I might wait. Someone is buying a position at these prices, though. I don't know if it's Cohen buying more, because he has the opportunity to average down, or maybe the people trying to buy out Bye Bye Baby. You washing it down with some dog tea? You know how we do. You know how we do, Dork. That was up 30%. Did you sell? IV probably just spiked on the strike. I'm still in my VIX calls, and I don't know if I should be. Oh no, I'm caps. Are you gonna read a chapter of the strategic options book to pigeon whales every night? Maybe like a section. I'm thinking about it. Nighttime financial literature with Kirk. I go back every like 3 or 4 years and reread a lot of that stuff to see if like my experience has given me a different insight into those books. Um, and I'm coming up on a rereading soon. Kirk ASMR. Who know how fitting Goodnight Moon would be with our 8% market drop today? I don't know what that is, but it looks fucking disgusting. Because I love it when you speak financial talk and with learning education, you put to shame all those that want to dismiss all YouTubers on Twitter. Thank you. We get School of Stock on Audible. Veal scallops, salmon, and shrimp on teriyaki sauce pizza. Ugh. I mean, is it even a pizza at that point? I thought that's why you were reading it. I sold off a lot last night based on the announcement of you reading it. You're reading it after stream. I don't know if I'd eat eel and shrimp from Pizza Hut. Why are we watching The Spy? I don't know. What do you want to watch? You want to watch GameStop? You want to watch Elden Ring? That's not this channel. Think Jimmy could drop below 50 in a market crash? Sure. I was gonna stream Elden Ring last night, and then I realized why. Prepared for the spy rounded bottom breakout. Top 3 stocks to buy after a major market correction or crash. I'm not gonna tell you. I don't want to get front run. So they fucking killed earnings. It's a nice bounce setup. I had a dream last night that GME was at 290. It was nice until I woke up and checked my phone. Is there any chance Stefan is right about this being the spring test? No. I mean, there is, but it's small. It's still at resistance. Very much. I mean, it could hit 293, but I highly doubt it will. I guess 296, then 293, but it's like 298, 299's pretty strong. I don't think it'll fall below that. Not significantly. Well, there's a few things. So yesterday, everything in the market ran. And then tons of $12 puts bought on BBBY in response to the market running. Weird intraday like volume spikes. Like large buys. I would say those are probably two of the weirdest things. Stotch looks really weird on it too. Let's be known as the Cinco de Mayo bloodbath. Every time Reddit hypes something, the entire market tanks. I can't wait till Jimmy falls to 100 so we can load up and create more FTD. Basically. See, I disagree that the spring is uncoiling. I think the spring is wound exactly as tightly as it's supposed to be every single fucking time. What should happen first? The whole free float being DRS or MOASS? Oh, I mean, MOASS has a higher potential. I don't know why all these morons are convinced every single time on a hype date like Cinco de Mayo, when the smart people clearly know it's on Bastile's Day, always has been. Yes, I saw your chat about the Apollo. I think everything's just gonna bounce into the end of the day at this point. Tomorrow's T+2 from a multi-trillion-dollar market move. Should be interesting. Upstart actually does look good. I'm thinking about it. Gaff, did you see what this fucking stock did today? Since you're in here eating your kava. I only got one call because they're so fucking illiquid. I should have bought shares. I mean, they can cover T+2 settlement at any point during that time frame. How do you approach allocating your cash simultaneously, averaging down directly at very low prices, selling CSPs, and also buying calls in anticipation of a run? On which stock? Or just in general? GME? I mean, I really don't get opportunities to average down my cost basis, right? I'm willing to buy GameStop sub 100 for the most part. I prefer it like under 90. So I mean, I have some money set aside for that, which is money I use to sell CSPs. I'm selling CSPs on margin mostly. I'm not like actually cash securing them, right? And then as far as buying calls, I mean like 10% of my total position is allocated towards purchasing long calls. Or 10% of the total capital in my position is allocated towards purchasing long calls. Roughly. Nautical, Thank you so much, man. Did you want to say something there? Or does market crash same like puts? I don't know. I think I'm getting stopped out of the VIX soon. Also, I'm already stopped out of my short side of my straddle. So now if it goes above, now I want it to go up above 416. No, I'm waiting for the dip to load up more for sure, man. I worry that a lot of people are gonna get, and I'm trying to get out ahead of it by talking about the ETF FTDs as they come up, because I worry a lot of people are gonna get baited into going long and FOMOing in on, like a run to like 130, right? And then they're gonna bring the price back down. How do you feel about Uber calls? I fucking hate the company. I I won't buy calls on it. Hey, Yurk, I was curious as to your thoughts on whether I should learn a trade and get a job or continue watching your stream. I don't know. That's a good question. Can you do both? You should probably ensure that you're employable. Mic disconnected. No, it's not. Yeah, 4K no los dos. Let's go SPY and AMD. Doing it? We're buying Cat 21750s again? I think I might. See the huge call buys on BBBY. Yeah. Din is the parent company of Applebee's. Interesting. Define a poor. I don't know how I didn't make up the term. RC hostile takeover of Funko. Ooh. We're doing an unboxing of all right. A knife or something in here? My sound's cutting out? Hold on, let me check. Is that better? Smash it with your water bottle to open it. I don't want to destroy it. It sounded fine before? Okay. Here's your unboxing knife. Wow, this is a overly complicated box. The fucking headphones. Design this. They're very tiny. Huh. Tiny. Small-headed person. Gaff, let's just start a fund where we go long and shit, DRS all their shares, and then play options. You get the ISDA, I'll trade the options. Yeah, I can't say I love them. They're very tiny. We're setting trailing stops on SPY options. How tight do you set the stop? 5% of the premium. Usually. Sometimes tighter if it's like running up into a resistance. If I take a paid sick day, does it go against my cost basis? Can you do an example of that? Yeah, sure. Say you have SPY right now. Look at my current option, which is a 416 C for 520, trading at 9.75, right? So you just set a stop. You set your stop at 5% of that. Which is, yeah, it's like 0.97 divided by 2, 0.975 by 2. So like 9.3, roughly. And then you can set your limit sell at like 9. And then the limit will fill between these two prices. I mean, on the SPY, you don't need to set your limit that low, but it's just an example. Dude, my allergies are fucking doing something fierce to me. Right. I don't know what's happening. One second. Dude, it's really fucking bad. Are you selling CCs on GME for next week? Probably not, no. I'd be selling them so far, maybe. I might sell them at like 160 or something. They're so far out of the money, though, that it's just like, it's almost not worth it. I mean, I could get like... like $1 a contract? I guess it's not the worst. Why so far out of the money? Because I think we might run. Well, I think we might run towards the end of next week. I should be more clear on that. After the 11th, it could get kind of weird. And I don't want to have to buy them back. I have open ones that expire Friday, but I really don't want to sell more. I think I'll hold off for the next, probably like the next month or so. 7 million FTDs for next week on Ader. What do you think? Interesting. I think IV's too high and the price isn't going to move that much. If it does move too much, they're going to dump shares. I already explained birds once. Huh. See, the ear pads are very comfortable. What other sort of accessories does this come with? Comes with like a small bag, a microphone. Not apparently come with additional ear pads. It's a charging cable. Appears to be missing USB dongle, essential to its own function. Oh, there it is. Oh, wait. There are more ear pads. Maybe these are better. Birds are robots. Dongle. All right. They're very close-backed. You know what I mean? You told me if I have sleep apnea. Yeah, I'll stay up tonight and watch. I told you my CC was hacked and my card is being mailed out. You didn't have to dump the market just because membership didn't renew. It's a warning shot. Okay, Iron Porter. Don't use your credit card on shady websites anymore and this kind of thing won't happen. By the way, your only Cavs membership is expired as well. What's going on? Are you guys fighting with Gaff? Gaff fighting with you guys? Yeah, I mean, I'm not even paying attention to the stocks right now. I'm just watching this play out. If I literally halted goat and wheat, he'll crash the market to send a message. Gaff, I went through this last night with someone, and you're arguing from like an unfair vantage point. I asked a question: is the SPY crashing make GME MOASS more or less likely? That is all. I mean, neither. It doesn't really make it more or less likely. It makes GameStop cheaper. Gaff's just in here to ensure that people know about CNS and that he can rein in any positive sentiment. If he doesn't get his shill paycheck. Isn't that right, Gaff? March 29th? 6:42 a.m. You mean 9:42 a.m.? Use market time when you're discussing the market. Yes, GameStop ran up. There was a massive delta hedge. So what you saw was market makers run the stock up and then burn everyone's fucking options that they just piled into. It gapped up and halted. They cleared the order book. If we didn't have clearinghouses, we would have MOASSed. Very briefly, but there are about 50 different triggers in play that will keep that from happening. What do you think BBY's fair value is per share? Like 2022 right now with their current debt at the high end. Visa 210s starting to get attractive a couple weeks out. I mean, especially with crypto dumping. Tends to be good for Visa. You think a baby spin or sell to eliminate debt would allow it to run higher? Yeah, absolutely. If they could shave off their debt, they'd be trading at probably like 30 or 40. They have like positive cash flow and they have a lot of assets too that they own. Like on paper, it's not a bad company. It's just, they've let debt pile up and haven't really addressed it, and now we're moving into, higher rates and a economy where that carrying that debt is not good. And honestly, they should have cleared it instead of buying back shares, but the board's focus is more on improving their own pay and not improving the company. One second. I need All right, did I miss any juicy drama? Any thoughts on a firm? Yeah, I'm not super bullish on it. I honestly think that they're gonna have some success early in a depressed economy, and then I think they're gonna get hit with tons of defaults on uncollateralized debt, which is not good, right? Like, it's not like they're gonna come to your house and get your fucking Amazon purchase back from you, right? And people will just take the hit on their credit, file bankruptcy, and wait out the recession. Or, pay it off to some collection agency at pennies on the dollar 3 years later, 5 years later. Because of their debt. Sisyphus. Sisyphus. What do you think of Gap's idea that FTDs are washed out? I mean, on GameStop they are. GameStop doesn't, like, itself doesn't really generate FTDs anymore. Even our highest spikes since last June have been, less than 10% of what our spikes were in, January of 2021. Someone dropped 1.75 million on BBY Jan 2023 $20 calls today. Dope. A $75 billion market cap for GameStop currently is completely nonsensical. There is no valuation model which puts GameStop at a $75 billion company. They have no assets. I mean, they have no debt. They have $1 billion, right? But they have no assets. They have no, forward predictions of earnings, no baked in additional revenue streams. Why? Why would they be worth $1,000 a share? Besides, you're bullish on the stock. You can't just make up fucking numbers for what company's valuation should be and be like, that's the number. and have no zero fucking argument as to why. That's my biggest problem with it. But Jimmy isn't privately VC backed. They don't have some revolutionary product. They don't even have assets. Why would you use the same multiplier on GameStop that you use on Tesla? Tesla has shitloads of assets. Also, Tesla's in a massive speculative bubble. Stop comparing the two companies. They're not the same at all. Yeah, they don't talk about any forward plans or guidance. Company turnarounds take about 2 to 3 years on average before anything to do with their turnaround is priced in. Why? Because most turnarounds fail horribly. Companies that are attempting to turn around fail like 90% of the fucking time. So pretend for a second that you're Vanguard. Why the fuck are you investing in GameStop? What are you investing in? You don't know, right? Because the fundamental value is not there yet. There isn't even a lot of speculative value. There's a little bit, right? They're going to release the NFT marketplace. That kind of kept us afloat in this cycle, probably more than anything else. The options prices soar when VIX moves fast. Yeah, it's tied to market-wide volatility. Trust me, bro. I mean, I get it. I like the company too. I really do think they can be worth a lot. I think there's potential, but you can't price potential, especially not in a fucking stagnant market with negative GDP growth. Oh yeah, my sinuses are super fucked up. Yeah, but GameStop has none of the things in place to realize that cash flow. The company's valuation is tied to unrealized cash flow, but they also have the systems in place to create that cash flow. GameStop does not yet. I mean, they just started their lease on one of their distribution centers or two of their distribution centers. They're not even like their fulfillment centers aren't even open fully yet. And they're definitely not up and running. So you can't value them as an e-commerce company because they really aren't one yet. They sell shit online, but not to a degree that would be relevant. They're not even beating out the competition in their own sector yet. You're gonna get burned so bad. How? Have you not read the Loopring source code? I don't give a fuck about Loopring. With proven sustainable results, then institutions will pile in. Yeah. From your CCs, you've changed so much. How am I going to get burned from my CCs? They expire in 2 days and they're at 140. Because MOASS? I'm not stupid enough to sell my whole fucking position in covered calls at once. You act like I'm like bearish on GameStop, and that couldn't be further from the truth. That's what I don't understand is these people who's like you either believe in what I think, right? You are part of my belief system, or you're the enemy. I own Loop Ring. I just don't really care about it that much. And if you really wanted to learn more and really cared about the stock or cared about the company and didn't care about just getting rich from a hypothetical short squeeze, then you would want to know these things. You'd want to analyze them. You'd want to figure them out. But you don't, I assume, right? You don't want to understand. Yeah, you don't want to understand the nuance. How would you think through what percent of your GME shares to sell at CCs versus to keep for exposure to a run up slash squeeze? I mean, at certain points in time, the chance of us running up are almost nothing, right? Uh, like from March or April 1st through probably middle of next week, our chances of like having a massive run up are really slim, especially a sustained one. So I'm a little more willing to sell a larger percentage as covered calls, but I have no reason to keep 100% of my position in covered calls at any time, right? I just sell like 20% of my position as covered calls, and that way, if it does move or something unexpected happens or unpredictable happens, I can just buy them back. I like it better when people lie to my face and promise me billions. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we've talked about that in the past, having the individual retail stores act as fulfillment centers. But that's years. That's years of, logistics rollout, years of advertising and, e-commerce platform development. This shit doesn't just happen overnight. How do you how do you explain but shorts have to cover, huh, wise guy? I mean, they do. They cover every quarter. Every single quarter they cover their obligations and then they short the fuck out of the stock again at the peak. What's the difficult part here? Is it hedging? Is it the buildup of obligations? What can I explain to make this make more sense for people? 34% of it is already DRS. You need to learn math, Adam. But okay. I'm not anti-DRS. You can DRS your fucking shares if you want to. I don't give a shit. What edition of securities analysis do you recommend? It really doesn't matter. You can get a newer one. I mean, it'll be a little more updated in its terminology and stuff. Oh, they're still playing cycles. There's potential for a lot of price action due to the split. I don't know if it'll cause a squeeze. It could. It's the best shot we have at one, but I do see a way for them to get out of the obligations. Is GME still shorted over 100%? Sure, but not on GameStop directly through ETFs and, you know, liabilities which aren't at risk of, you know, a share recall. A lot of beliefs in the ape community are predicated on pure conjecture. They absolutely are. There can't be many times the float out there, Jodo. That can only exist on a cyclical basis. And then every quarter those are cleared out and they start building them up again. So are there points in time where GameStop short interest is in excess of 100%? Maybe. But it's just for that point in time. It's then cleared out. It's not a compounding short position. The company is absolutely not worth $20. On the low end, 60, high end, like 120. Do you believe GME is still over 100% short? If it is, it's through derivatives and ETFs. It's not short directly. Are you waiting for, you know, the total return swaps from last year to dump in 10 years? How do you think exposure to that short position occurs? They are de-risked. Do you understand that? Do you understand they had risk, they took the risk, and they got rid of it? Because they're multi-billion-dollar institutions managing other people's money. They're not gonna run around with, you know, a massive bag of risk hanging over their head from, you know, a $9 billion market cap company. If GameStop, let me just do this for you. If GameStop were 300% short, right? It, that $27 billion to buy the float 3 times over. Citadel has 550 billion in assets under management, right? Which they can leverage. I don't think they'd have a problem buying the float 3 times. And see, this is where your biggest misunderstanding of how things works comes into play, which is that there are real shares that you own and fake shares that have no meaning. No matter which of these two shares I present to a lender after borrowing shares for a short sale, they will take. They will take and they will close my lending agreement, my short sale agreement that I have open with them. They will close it. Whether I deliver them a synthetic share or a real share, they don't give a shit. It's a number in a computer. And one number is just like any other one because they're not serialized. What's happening with Bobby? It's doing weird shit. Someone is buying big chunks of BBBY today. You can't have blockchain stocks without instant settlement. Or even if you did, you would have to have a system to create synthetic shares. You can't pause the market for 2 days while things settle. That's why they're taking shares out of the DTC. They're doing a spin-off where shorts can't be covered. It doesn't matter. The shorts are already, they're done with it. They don't give a shit if you delist the stock. They can just cover all their obligations in the OTC market. So then you'll have GameStop on an exchange which nobody fucking uses. And you know, you'll have your ownership of whatever its value on that exchange is. So all the fucking shills are coming in here with their nonsense. We believe they're still stuck under their short position in defiance of all market mechanics that allow them out of it. You still believe it. Why? Can you give me one reason? I understand the difference. I know what people believe. But yeah, this isn't a fucking belief system. This is just math and numbers. There's not some, you know, religion at play or some great entity or messiah that's gonna save your fucking stock. If if I don't want my CCs called away, that would mean I'm bullish. Risk doesn't disappear, it shifts to a new party. What about net settlement? Do you not understand? It is settled, cleared, zeroed out on the books. Move on to the next one. You didn't answer my question, Adam Jodo. You don't have to sell. It's still a good company. There's a lot of money to made off owning one of the highest priced volatility assets in the market. If someone would have to report these big buy checks for BBBY, when would that happen? T+2, if they're buying enough of the company. Otherwise, I think they have longer. it's not even fair to say shills. I mean, they are, right? They're pushing an agenda. That's why they come to talk about it, to say how evil I am and how much I've changed. No, it's just that we've learned things, and we've taken that information and we have created, new hypotheses that are not in line with yours. We have a new koala. I mean, a bit. I just want to make sure that your base understands that you don't believe that MOASS is happening. I've made a video about that. I think the chances of MOASS happening are very, very slim to none. Through the exact same rehypothecation and laundering of FTDs they do now, they can defeat a short squeeze like they did in January of last year. Why do you think they can't do it again? If anything, and the obligations, the FTDs are nowhere near, not even fucking close to what they were in January of last year. And it takes months for those FTDs to build up to a point where they could trigger a squeeze. So the only shot we really have at a short squeeze is the stock split. And if they run up the stock and get enough liquidity in ETFs before the split occurs, they can offset those obligations too. The float's never getting locked by DRS, ever. When you hit 99%, fucking let me know and we'll talk about it. It's a fucking pipe dream at best. This just in, Citadel has DRS'd all of their GME shares. Guess we'll be talking in 2027 then. Okay. I mean, GameStop's already splitting the stock. You do realize what's going to happen after that, right? It's just standard accounting practice. A significant part of the float is owned. Companies do it with employee stock also. They report it. Not insider stock, employee stock. Look at DDS. DDS already has theoretically more than, their float outstanding sold short. No one gives a shit. DDS is sitting on 70% inside ownership, employee ownership of their free float, with like 40% of their shares sold short, which is 110% of shares outstanding reported. That's more than 100%, and no one fucking cares at all. You know what they did? They stopped making markets for it. That was the solution. It was too risky for market makers. What happens after the split? There's more liquidity, more individual shares. People will care when Dillard's buys a gold mine. You're an okay moderator, Carl. When do you see GME being worth 200? I mean, that depends on the revenue the NFT marketplace brings in. You know, if they report 270 million in a quarter from the NFT marketplace revenue, you know, we could easily hit $200 or $300 a share. I mean, was it JPM's analysis that put it at like 1.2 to 2.3 billion a year in revenue? Of course, that was written 3 months ago, where NFTs were a little bit more popular, but it could be that, you know, NFTs done right will be very popular, possibly with more oversight. Of course, the game's rigged. Everything's self-reported. All the data you have on the market is self-reported. I hope Computershare goes out of business when they hit 50% DRS. Why would they? They make a shitload of money off of it. It's, dude, it's the top 25 most traded stock. That means buy and sell, right? Are you talking about like Fidelity's reported intraday, like retail fucking sales numbers? Most people invest in Fidelity aren't really trading very many stocks. It's like a it doesn't really mean anything as a data set. You know, if Fidelity customers buy 3,000 shares in a day and it shoots rockets to number one, that doesn't like actually mean anything. It's inconsequential. We've, you know, GameStop's traded how much volume today? 1.12 million. You're fucking, you know how much of that is retail? Like 0.0001%. Lots of SS users coming to the realization most of us had months last year. MOASS is unlikely. So all options hate they were spreading is now the best way to make money with GME. If you know what you're doing, or the best way to lose money with GME. I'm not selling CCs for the rest of this week. I have some expiring Friday, but I'm not selling more. That's fine, but you tell me you believe it, but against all logic, against all data. And that's fine, but that's not a good way to invest. I don't know what happened to I like the stock. I still do. NFTs don't suffer from supply chain issues or material shortage. Yeah, but they're also not real. They're just a digital asset. Their value is completely speculative. I can't believe I'm dealing with this shit still. Didn't I get banned from Superstock? What? I know their thesis. I love how this dude keeps trying to paint you as anti-MOASS when you're just realistic about the chances of it actually happening based on real data, not just a belief. I want MOASS just as bad as anyone else. I own an obscene amount of GameStop. It would be phenomenal. But I'm not gonna lie to people. I'm not gonna bullshit people. And if that's what you want, you'll find YouTubers that'll fucking fill that niche for you. They'll promise you the world as long as you hit like every day. And whether it loses me 20 or 30 subs a day and people flock out of here in droves, at least they flock out of here knowing the truth. And whether they listen to it now or they listen to it in a year, someone has to say something. Because the only people that the community hurts by pushing this buy and hold MOASS narrative all the time, even though all the signs are pointing to it not being likely, is themselves. The cycles are absolutely still a thing. As it has nothing to do with the cycles. The cycles are just volatility funds making a shitload of money because we're buying and holding the stock. We've locked up a bunch of the liquidity, and it's very easy to manipulate the price on low volume. We trade almost as much volume during OPEX, the like 5 days of OPEX every quarter, that we do the entire time in between. The week of 325, we traded 67 million volume. That's more volume than we traded from August to November. But who cares? And what happens if the float's locked, Adam? You've convinced GameStop to sell more shares into the market? They're not going to get delisted because you decide to DRS your shares? You don't buy and hold to keep the cycles going. You buy and hold because it's a good stock to own. It's cheap. It has a lot of potential. It's a good long. GameStop could realize market caps 2 to 10x potentially what it's trading at now. That's why you hold. That's why you buy. The fact that volatility funds decide to run the fucking stock up 100% every quarter just means that you can make even more money on it to buy even more of it. So more or less they exist independent from the initial short positions. 5, 12, 40, etc. I'm trying to clarify. Have a nice coffee. You can relax with us. Thank you, Bithead. I appreciate it. Hold on, Hestia. I didn't see the first, or I don't remember the first. So cycles are not a thing. No, the cycles, yeah, the cycles are still a thing. The cycles aren't going to change because that's totally separate from what we're actually talking about, in a way. What is the latest you would wait to buy more GME before the split? I mean, the next dip after these FTDs are resolved. How about them bears? Thanks, Grease Nipples. What continues to drive these OPEC cycles? They're profitable. They make money on them. It's a stage of denial. They were promised hoping to buy the stock and become rich and get out of their dead-end job. And you talk about the contrary and they get defensive. I'm trying to point out that that path isn't closed to people, Yangling. It might take longer, it might take more work, but it's still very much open. I can't sell covered calls if my shares are DRS'd. No, you can't. It amazes me the amount of conviction people have with fractional shares of GME. Conviction people with fractional shares of GME have in GME MOASS, but lack the conviction to save money and buy more shares. Assuming DRS at 100%, why are we assuming this absurd hypothetical? Sure. Could it force a recall? No, it'll just force GameStop to issue shares. Have you ever tried to sell a stake in a private company, Josh Walker? It's not easy. If a security was delisted, would obligation on the security need to be settled before the delisting? They move the obligations and let them settle them out in the OTC markets. So essentially settled off exchange, right? You think the DRS craze was started by hedge fund people or they just took advantage of it? I don't know. There's an advantage to it. I don't know if any advantage was taken or if it was intentional, but there is motive, right? That's all you can really say is that, you know, it helps their goals. If their goals are what we think their goals are, which is, you know, to make money, it furthers their goals. you say BBBY is better positioned for a squeeze than GME? I mean, nothing's really better positioned for a squeeze. Squeezes are unlikely. Always. All squeezes are unlikely. I don't think BBBY has nearly as much illiquidity as GameStop. I mean, GameStop's bid ask still, even after our big run, still at about 30 cents at the money, and BBBY is at a penny. And it's far BBBY is far more liquid than GameStop. So, if illiquidity is necessary for large numbers of FTDs to occur and a squeeze, then GameStop is still better positioned. I've been around, there was a time. Hold on, what was that? There was a time I could see, and I've seen stocks like these, younger than these, their theta torn out, their vega ripped off. You think you're merely sending this splendid foot stock back home to the obligation warehouse? Bums, the whole lot of you. Is it possible GME is doing a split because they've been told to increase the liquidity of their stock? No, it's because not a lot of people want to buy their stock at $115, but a lot of people would probably buy their stock at, a third of that or a fifth of that. It's very simple why they're doing a split. I mean, unexpected, sure, but for simple reasons. And if they're going to be a tech company, if they're really going to announce something groundbreaking, they want that larger share pool, and it's a split, so it rewards long-term holders. It's not a bad thing that they're doing it, right? But it's the correct move if they're moving into e-commerce or going to become a tech company to not have a free float of 64 million shares. I mean, you have penny stocks that have billions of shares. It makes it an attractive investment at a lower price, and that's what they want. They want to attract investors. And you know what doesn't attract investors? Short squeezes. It attracts traders and speculators, but not investors, not people that actually believe in the company. What's your lowest cost basis? Not average, lowest. 1624, I think, is the cheapest I ever got a share for. Last November. How accurate is time sales of individual options and WeBull charts? I can DM you a screenshot if I didn't word that right. Yeah, go ahead, toilet wine. I mean, it should be pretty accurate. It's delayed, but it should be accurate. $120 is safe for tomorrow? Probably not. Do you think RC decided for this stock split too late? Yeah. I think instead of releasing shares, they should have just split the stock at the last shareholders meeting. But had they done that, it probably would have squeezed, which, you know, potentially is something they don't want. %, sold puts at that strike. GME July 15 put 100. I mean, they look sold, yeah. Paying off my credit card debt instead of investing in GME. I hope that's a smart play. And that's up to you, right? Like, yeah, November of 2020. It all feels like the same fucking year. Do you do bar mitzvah? What? I'm not. Thoughts on stacking up on GME before the split at these levels? It's probably not a bad idea. I would want to own pre-split. Because as soon as they announce the split, it's probably going to cause somewhat of a run on the stock. You have 1.1k followers that you've helped make money every week. So I started with 78 shares of GME. Because of you, I own 200. GME 600 BBBY, and I have 13.4k to buy the dip. I, for one, love you. Thanks, Mike. Also, congratulations. Just get us high on hopium. I'm trying. I don't know. Maybe. Trash. Variable interest rate, and I was keeping a fairly high balance, paying it off slowly, but I'm thinking now is the time to exit my short position on cash more aggressively. Could be, yeah. Especially with variable rate. It could be, yeah, you don't want to carry it. They have 10 days from, it's usually 10 days from the announcement. They can announce it right away. They could announce it before the fucking shareholders meeting if they want to. As long as it's 3-1 or less. Shorting, what's their goal? I mean, Intel's earnings weren't super good. AMD's were amazing. Part of it's just the decline in the market. The other part of it is, without a doubt, shorting. Especially on AMD. I mean, it's common for companies to fuck with the accounting of their bottom line in their reports in order to project a value higher than their actual value, if that's what you're asking, JMac. Not all companies do that. Some don't need to. Would irrational numbers cause the stock market to explode? A 7-3 share split? That's very odd. No, I haven't finished Elden Ring. Single order of 5,000 BBBY Jan 23 $20 strike calls went through at 12:33. Yes, it did. Didn't AMD give guidance of like 100% sales increase year over year, 2021 versus 2022? Yeah, their fucking earnings were phenomenal. Lisa Sue killed it. But I think what you're saying on the immediate stock price is it's not being that valuation is not being realized. After that earnings, I've never been more confident in AMD being worth like $160 plus a share. And their rate of growth is just fucking phenomenal. It's just a lack of interest in speculation and ability for shorts to take advantage of the decline in the market. It's near term. I don't think it'll last. I want to just say a massive thank you for pointing me in the direction of acquiring knowledge, how the markets work, and how to profit. You'll never know how much this has changed my life. Thanks. Thank you, Bacon Sisters. The split line up with the next OPEC cycle? What would the implications of that be? They're splitting the stock into a big fat pile of obligations. I hope that's how it plays out. If I were Ryan Cohen, I would simply wait till like May 30th when the stock's, trading fucking low. May 28th, late May. Let's just say late May. Stock's trading at like $100 or something. The shorts have got the bar rate back to zero and they're slamming the price. And then I would just reverse split the fucking stock ahead of the shareholders meeting. 1 to 2 reverse split. Let me tell you, if there's any short positions that are going to get blown up, that would blow them all up. It's not going to happen, but it's wishful thinking. It'd be fun, right? Man, that'd be fun. So OPEX makes GME into a money printer for us and market makers. Citadel isn't the bad guy. What is happening? Is this? I mean, they're not the good guy, right? They're just taking advantage of a situation. And as longs on the stock, we can take the same advantage of that situation that institutional longs do, right? By selling the volatility of our asset until that asset realizes a value where we are comfortable no longer carrying it. It's pretty simple. Or don't do that. You can just buy and hold shit. There's nothing wrong with that investment style. I don't like it, but how come a reverse split won't happen? I mean, he's trying to build confidence with investors, right? Not throw all of that. Like he's trying to build trust and confidence. And you don't do that by surprise reverse splitting your stock Although with his group of investors, he very well could build trust and confidence by doing that. That risk can only be determined by you, Akifi. I'm not gonna. I have no reason to sell my GameStop shares. I can just sell covered calls in the next cycle. It's like rent. Think about it like renting your house. Like you're not going to sell your house. You want to keep it, right? Say you bought your house at the bottom of the market. You know, you're not going to live in it, but you also don't want to just pay to hold it, which is what you're doing by just sitting on the property, right? You got to continue maintenance and stuff like that. You can't just let it become derelict. So what do? You rent out the house, and that way some of your upkeep costs are covered. You still own the asset, and you can just think of GameStop and covered calls along the exact same line. I don't know if we'll hit 80 again. That was pretty risky for them. They might not want us below 100 a second time. The amount of call buying that occurred on GameStop last time below 100 was not healthy for their position. A decision to buy back 135 cc's was a good decision with a bad outcome. That happens, yeah. It was still a good decision, right? Do you think brutalist architectural elements have their place in a modern aesthetic? I could see it like a, if executed well, sure. But how can I rent my house in exchange for GME shares? Well, you get premium, and then you can use that premium to buy more GameStop. It's really crazy if you save up that premium and use it to buy GameStop at a price lower than your cost basis. Holy shit. The savings. No regrets. The low patterns are really low are real though. You believe the bottom is what we saw the last dip? I think we'll sustain a higher low this time, Gaff. I don't know if it'll be a lot higher, but that was risky for them. If anything, there could be an argument made that dip down to like 73 was not in the interests of short volatility players. Not only did it spike IV, but it allowed the entry of like 15 million, 15, yeah, it was like 15 million a day for like 3 days in call interest, which fucking destroyed them on the run. Well, I guess they're hedged, so it did destroy them, but it didn't help them. Or it could have been additional hedging of an entropy swap as they needed more leverage. That's possible too. They may have just done it themselves to have more delta exposure, gamma exposure. Do you want to see the marketplace launch before the announcement of the split? That'd be cool. Some forward guidance before they split the stock would be the bee's knees. I think there's one lower low ahead of us. I agree. I think we're gonna see those ETF. I mean, yeah, I don't know if you were here for this yesterday, Gaff, but I'll kind of go over with at least where my head's at right now. Um, as far as like our upcoming price action. I think we're gonna see working. Is that working? There it is. So yeah, I think we're gonna kind of just have some volatility through this period. We might see like 132, maybe 112 down here on the low end. And then I think we'll see them kind of blow off some of the steam from those FTDs around here. And I think that's when we'll see that like 132 to 140. 140 is a bit of a stretch, but I really think like 132, 136 on the high end of this. And then I think as soon as they get those FTDs cleared out, they're gonna just slam the price as hard as they can. Get it to a new low. Maybe, I mean, don't use the axis here, but maybe move it down, let's say just sub 100, like that range. And then try to chip off volatility in that range and get the volatility like back down at like an IV of like IV 30 of like 80%. Um, and I think they'll use this run to enter their entropy swaps when those entropy swaps look enticing. And then, I think we'll move into the shareholders meeting maybe with some FOMO. And then they'll probably try to crush price action afterwards. Um, and then I think as we move into the roll period and June OPEX, um, this is discounting when the split is going to occur, obviously. But I think then we'll see, our upside realized here. But yeah, I agree. I think we're going to see this period from, May 19th um through the shareholders meeting. We're going to see, the lowest part of this cycle. And then, this period post shareholders meeting is going to be tricky because the split could drive a lot of FOMO. The pre-split could drive a lot of institutional FOMO. So we may see a slow climb, maybe something like last May, June, right? Where we see the price kind of pop and start moving as those obligations get, compounded and blown off every T+3. Was largely not around yesterday. Wednesday, so I was in the city. Probably didn't got that. It was amazing as always, but I think you nailed the likely move-ins given the data we see. Yeah, unless something happens. But I mean, we're checking the um like, the options data every morning at market open. We're monitoring, the ETFs. So I think if anything unexpected happens or any big positional changes occur, we'll know. We'll be able to plan for that ahead of time. So, how does that movement look in reference to Wyckoff? I mean, yeah. So that would kind of look like, you know. Let's see. Hold on. Let me try to line up the time period here. So we got June. It's out to OPEX. So that would probably kind of look like. See another low and some chop here up until like the 11th. And then probably like a climb up. Something like that. Flip it. I probably should, just so I can go back to it. That was June. The end of that was in June, June 17th. Realistically, I have no idea how fast or slow Wyckoff is, or even if it's playing out on smaller intervals. That's correct. Because it's price analysis, it also gets bogged down in periods of sideways price action. If that scenario pans out, at what point are you in it? Are you looking to get back in, notably with the higher strike IV calls? I would be looking to enter in that period at the end of May, right? I would want to enter long calls at the point in time which I think the price will be cheapest, which will be between the end of the ETF FTDs and before the shareholders meeting. So at some point in here, I would expect the price to hit its lowest part of the cycle. I don't know what price it will hit to the downside. I mean, we have strong resistances at 98 and 93. Those are the most likely price targets for a buy-in. I mean, they probably won't be realized for very long. So, even at 100, it's fine. If we do hit numbers like 80, 70, I'm going to be probably like doubling down. Or if there's a market crash, which I guess is something that we have to keep on the table as a possibility. I mean, I still think we're unlikely to see one, but we are seeing a lot of stagnation. To be fair, GameStop is the company they are now, before they become anything else, is not a bad recession investment. They are retail. They are moderately impervious to the effects of inflation, and they don't have any debt, which is a very good place to be. So even their value through a recession is solid. It's not a company I would be afraid of investing in a bear market. I'd want to get it cheap, but I would invest in it in a bear market. I wish I'd even just had I narrowed my spread down last cycle. So, if we go back out to last cycle from when I rolled in Jan, I rolled here on Jan 26th. From that point on, I rolled again on just after Feb OPEX. I think it was sometime around here. It might have been like Feb. Maybe it was like Feb 26th, I think. I rolled again. Every time I rolled, I narrowed down my spread. So in January, I was carrying calls as far out as like 500 with calls at the money when we were trading at like $100. And then in Feb when I rolled, I narrowed it down further. I was like 300, like 100 to 300. And by the time I'd rolled the third time, when I rolled out to those June calls, I'd narrowed it down from like 100 to 130, I believe. And so I didn't really have a lot out of the money, right? Even a small run. And because they'd skipped OPEX, there was a chance that they'd killed the cycles. And so I wasn't going to take the risk of buying far out of the money, even though we knew, the position had been compounded and not cleared. There was still risk, right? There was something that we didn't understand at play. And so, I kept narrowing my spread down in case that were true. And it ended up not being the case. We were right, and they just delayed it. And then, covered massively all at once in March. And so I wish that I'd had, strikes at 200 and 250, that I'd maintained that out of the money position, not only because I could have captured a lot of the IV spike, but I could have exercised more deep in the money calls. As it was, at the time I could only exercise like 30% of my $100 calls. I exercised all my 90s and 95s that I bought like shortly. I bought 414s right before the run. But yeah, I would have been able to exercise more at those low prices, and then I also would have made a shitload more money, like triple what I made. Some of those like 250 options, like 15x on that run. So, clarification for those that don't understand this, Jimmy is very unlikely to squeeze, but the best opportunity to do so would be directly before a stock split. Yes, but don't. I'm trying to dissuade hope in that causing a squeeze, because, a realistic take is that it won't. It may cause two violent price run ups, separated, by one rolling FTD period, but it's far more likely to cause that than it is to cause a short squeeze. And I think one of the biggest mistakes people make is holding on to these cycles, that hope that, shit, we're hitting 150, we're hitting 180, we're hitting 200, it's happening. And, you know, even if I can just temper that down a little bit, I think it'll benefit people a lot psychologically. They're a debt-free escapism entertainment retailer. They have definite value in a bear, not recession-proof, but certainly resistant. Yeah. I mean, I think even Gaff would buy GameStop at $30 or $40. Nah, you probably wouldn't, but I would buy more. Next big block on BBY coming at 3 p.m. I mean, it looks like they're positional. They're like someone big is buying in. I don't know who, but it does look like someone big's buying into BBBY. And at these prices, why wouldn't they? This is, half of fair value almost. It's just a free 100% on their money. Like, I could see lots of institutions buying in at this point. I could see the institutions that just sold their stock buying back in at this point. I haven't had to register it with the city. I am aware. I pretend MOASS has a 0% chance of happening with my options. Don't Vice stocks do good in recessions? Yeah. During the peaks of recessions, they do. When the economy is at its worst. Generally not in the bear market leading into the bottom. But at the bottom, yeah, things like tobacco, alcohol do very well. You be looking at August calls? Yeah, I think so. If people play the cycles, even just a little bit, it would increase the chance of life-changing money, MOASS or not, because retail would have more capital to deploy on a company they like. Yeah, I know. Because of the compounding effect of gains. Which is like what I touched on back in November was the idea that, okay, fine, don't sell your shares, use options, capture this value, reinvest that value back into GameStop and improve and increase your positions. I mean, did November OPEX play out the way we wanted? No, but a lot of people still made money on it. We just overheld. If we'd sold at any point between 200 and 255, we would have killed it. And a lot of people did. A lot of people sold and then bought back in and then got burned. How long would you be considering for HD calls 300, 305? I've been buying 20s, May 20s. I'm probably would start buying Junes now. I think May 20s are a little close. HD moves quick though. That like 300. I mean, it does it almost every day. It's almost every day. It goes from a low of 300 to like 306 or 307. Well, the spy found a bottom, which is good. Um, this may just be like a kind of a bump and run type of situation here, right? Like, and then we can realize some slow growth next week. And the floor didn't fall out from it, so it's good. But remember, options now, you may want some theta on them because I don't think this period's going to move quick. I think if we do see growth on the like the S&P and its underlyings, it will be relatively slow. But the bottom looks strong. Yeah, they fucked around with it a little bit. I think not only did they blow off a lot of the obligations right before the run in November 3rd, they then, positioned themselves in a way to end the run very, very quickly. So we saw that pressure build up over this couple days, but on very low volume, and I think that's because they got rid of a lot of the volume in advance the week before. Had to bring November up. Never forget. What makes you think the bottom of the SPY looks strong? I mean, it's sat at this it's bounced off this resistance before, or this support. So this has already acted as support once. It's acting to some degree as support again, and we didn't slide down to our low, which is a good thing. I mean, it's stabilized here for the most part. For now, it is stabilized. At the 112 to 113 range. Yeah, we saw a low of 411, which is a long-term support on the weekly, and the majority of our volume traded in this period is in that price range. So tentatively, the market has found a higher support than its previous low, which is bullish. I see a way for them to slip a short squeeze in the same way that they have slipped their obligations all along YouTubing. And I'm not going to tell people that they can't when it's very obvious that, they can use the same infinite liquidity provisions and shunting of FTDs into ETFs to offset a short squeeze and defer any obligations created by a split. And I also know that in the event of a larger float and higher liquidity, a squeeze becomes significantly less likely. Which the post-split environment is. It is more liquid. And so whatever chance there was for a squeeze pre-split, post-split, and post-split plus one cycle of FTDs later, it becomes infinitely harder for GameStop to achieve a short squeeze. Not that it's on the table currently, given our FTDs, but you say that, but we still have Power Hour, or as I like to call it, Hot Potato Spy Hour. Yeah, I guess we'll see. Don't worry, Gaff. No one forgot about CNS. ETF FTD exposure is May 11th through 19th calendar. So trading days between May 11th and 19th. I guess purely May 12th through 19th because 11th still has FTDs. The 11th is the last day of overlapping FTDs. So the infinity pool is real, just on their side. I mean, yeah. Ooh, hesitant if the S&P drops hard. I mean, someone's buying BBBY today in large quantities, so someone's long on it. I have to get you to mention once a day or they won't give me my bonus. You know how it is. How do you think the next week of Tesla goes? I mean, I still think Tesla is grossly overvalued. It's finding support. as well. And if it continues its trend, it will start to move up. It looks good. I would say, you know, oh, that's just an arbitrary bullshit line. It's drawn off the screen. I thought it was actual. So it moved back towards like 9. I can see it moving back to like 950. I don't think it'll break above. So like 953, 952 on the upside. With strong resistance at probably really strong resistance at like 900 and 924. So I'd be careful with it, but there's some range. I mean, there's always range on Tesla. What are these X prices? I don't know. They're fucking awesome. I think I'm kind of tapped out on buying more of it, but I really want to buy like another 10%. Their earnings are really fucking good too. It's just absurdly cheap. The most obvious way to tell that MMs are playing the volatility game with Jamie is one of the few tickers where the near month highest strikes are a lot larger than the long term highest strikes. Yes. How is it overvalued? Because you don't like Tesla? No, it's trading at like 65 times its like P&E. It's ridiculous. It's propped up on an obscene amount of speculation. And it's profitable to speculate on it, and so everyone does, which drives the speculation even further. And for $1 trillion company, they really don't make that much money. And we're about to move into an economy where making money is king. And the stocks that don't will not see those valuations, as we've seen with Netflix, Amazon, Facebook. Yeah, NASDAQ took a hard hit today. Well, stock split or the FTD cycle is coming into an end and the CC game. I mean, theoretically, a split shouldn't affect the liquidity. As long as GME remains illiquid, it remains a prime target for these volatility players. Overvalued? You mean to tell me that barely an auto company with a market cap 15x the market cap of the largest actual auto company in the world? Surely not. That's the other thing is like, you know, as other auto companies are probably better positioned to handle a recession than Tesla is. You know, Tesla sells an expensive product to a small number of people comparatively. You know, whereas companies like Toyota can, you know, trim down the bells and whistles on their vehicle and create a cheap, affordable product, which will be very desirable in a recession. They also have the manufacturing capacity to do it quickly and pump out units at whatever expected rate they need to. Don't forget, car makers don't need all the chips and the bells and the whistles. They can just shave that shit back. Tesla can't. Their cars don't work without that. James, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson. I appreciate it. Spy 430 strike calls. I already have 416s on the spy. Please, the Power Hour song. It's been so long. Oh, son of a bitch.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
People don't understand how insanely hard it is to retool an entire factory and negotiating with established labor unions. They don't need to retool shit. They just make cars. Toyota just needs to drop the cost of their car and they'll sell cars. They already sell more cars than anyone else. That's what I'm telling you. If we're about to run headfirst into a recession or possibly a depression, no one's going to be buying a $70,000 fucking electric luxury vehicle. People are going to buy the thing that gets them from point A to point B with the lowest possible maintenance costs. They already produce the top selling cars in almost every, like, top selling pickup, top selling sedan, like 3 of the top selling SUVs. Lots of companies have stopped issuing dividends over the last year because they're targeting growth, not value, and so GameStop stopped issuing their dividend too. If a company's pushing to grow, they're not going to be issuing a dividend. It's the kind of the antithesis of forward growth. Okay, hear me out. Tesla. Thanks for weighing in, Elon. I appreciate it. Spy back on its intraday low. Ugh. That was a big volume. Well, let's see if it holds it. If it breaks it, that's not super good, especially for tomorrow. Quick recap. Puts do cost same like shares. I wouldn't use a water pick on your butt unless it's the adjustable kind where you can choose the pressure. Or you're gonna get poop on your water pick, man. You know? Yeah, not to mention the cash on hand that they could use to buy up competitors during a recession. That's why big tech will do so well, right? Through a depression or a recession. Even though, ad revenue and shit like that might be down. Like Apple, Google, Amazon, they're all sitting on obscene piles of cash to buy up everything on the bottom. Boy, you got Twitter up in a storm. They're calling out a clip from yesterday of you calling MOASS dead. Completely out of context and nonsense. Okay. A, a storm? I highly doubt. You mean some shitheads posted a clip on his Twitter and 5 people have commented on it? Oh no, not Twitter. It's up to 6 comments. There's some things that Burry is not wrong about. The economy is fucked. ARK was too speculative. The FBI is watching him. Tesla is overvalued. And private prisons, while morally objectionable, are profitable during a depression. But I'm at the part when says the SPY found a bottom. What happens next? Well, it slipped a little lower since then. Hopefully it turns around. Till Victor, you mentioned Tesla. Victor needs Tesla to hit all-time highs, I think. New all-time highs. I'll tell you what Burry was wrong about. Water. No, he's just really early on it. Yeah, I would never invest in private prisons. He's not actually invested in private prisons either. He's invested in a company that leases real estate to private prisons, which is still shitty. But no, yeah, I won't invest in private prisons. I won't invest in Nestle. There's just some things I won't do. You were wrong. You literally have 75 tons of water in your personal daily drinking bottle. Yeah, because I'm long water. Why not Nestle? They're evil. Yeah, I agree. Uh-oh, Segan. This isn't good. I regret not buying puts. What's it at? I mean, it's not even fallen that much today. It's only down $5. The SPY really needs to find some stability here. If there's a sell-off into close, it's going to be really, really bad on Monday. A dingo ate my BBBY. Oh, I know it's Friday tomorrow. If we sell off into today, into tonight's close, it's likely we'll continue to sell off tomorrow. And if we've sold off for 3 days straight over the weekend, a lot of fear is going to build up going into Monday. I'm well aware of what day tomorrow is. Now. 7% is circuit breaker for NASDAQ, right? I think so. We can go lower. We saw 406 on 5-2. I know we did. Ditch Oxy before the weekend? I mean, probably not. I don't think Oxy is something you ditch unless you're in like short-term calls. But if you have time on it, didn't Buffett just buy more? I have 55 June Oxy calls. Seem okay? Probably. Why Nestle? Oh, you need to look up the things Nestle does. Being long private prisons seem like being short CLVR. Guess that's a take. X and Oxy should, in theory, hold up in a recession. Yeah, commodities tend to do very well. You can look at historical commodity price action when compared to market declines. Are you guys still arguing about fucking Tesla? Thanks, Bipolar Bear. Save us, plunge protection team. We're recovering a little. Child labor, unethical promotion, manipulating uneducated mothers, pollution, price fixing, and mislabeling. I think you undersold how bad they are. I think it gets far worse than that. Oh, okay, I see the angle you're taking. Although decriminalization isn't really what CLVR cares about. They care about the medical testing. I don't they're not like growing for retail industry. The advantage of CLVR though is that they're able to grow outdoors, so large quantities. Nestle burned our crops, poisoned our water supply, and delivered a plague unto our houses. The greatest trader this side of the Rio Grande is up $37 on his UVXY position. Please explain why GME is not in a spring test, because it already had one. It's also not springing. It's just going down. You're missing the lack of institutional interest, not only on the run up, but on this side as well. There's no stabilization of the price. Arguing about unrelated topics is a great way to forget about the red in one's portfolio. If it makes you feel any better, LC, I'm also long Tesla. Ish. I don't know if they benefit greatly. They benefit from it. It's not like they're poised to become like a $20 billion company or something. As long as illiquidity persists, then I think the cycles will persist. As long as there's an advantage. Do you believe in the hash slinging slasher? I don't know what that is. There's no cannabis stocks worth investing in right now. Philip Morris, British American Tobacco, Altria. Those are all worth investing in. You want exposure to the legal marijuana market because they'll take it over. Monsanto. I haven't watched SpongeBob. No, no stories today, Trash. Today's a sad day. Yeah, that's why I was hoping for a story. Today feels too somber. Well, the spy's coming back to life a tiny, tiny bit, which is cool, right? I'm always a bull. I don't even like playing the short side on stocks. I will, but I'd rather just buy the bottom. It's usually better profits. Volume doesn't equate profits in cannabis. I know, but their fucking labor also costs like 25 cents an hour. What about an Oliver Jeffers story? I don't know what that is. B of A says below 400, things get whoosh. Whooshy? Yeah, it's not good below 400. It's not holding. It's not. Why is a lot of money still off the table? I mean, what does that tell you? If all the big institutions are holding their money back and not putting money into cat or commodities yet, what does it tell you? Come on, you can do it. Very good, digital good time. It doesn't mean crime. Jesus fuck. It means we haven't seen a low yet. And frankly, institutions rarely hit the low, usually by way before. Like in the crash in like the COVID crash, institutions were buying the shit out of like this whole period. And then, you know, the price still like went way the fuck down from there. You're DRSing the floats. It's both, Barry. Do we drop lower than COVID? Oh, we absolutely could. If you consider during this time, we probably should have been trading, you know, down here. Maybe even lower. Actually, if we were trading low enough and we'd had a healthy growth, we probably wouldn't be facing this situation. How often will you average up on your position, and what are your reasons? Rarely. And only if I have a large position, and I don't think I will get the underlying cheaper. So there was a point in August in GameStop where I averaged up a decent amount when I started exercising calls. And you know, I was, you know, averaging I was buying stock at like 70 and 80, exercising those calls, which brought my cost basis up. And that's because I frankly never thought we'd see those prices again. It looked very unlikely that we were going to drop back below 100 at a given point. If you go like out to the weekly. I mean, you'd probably need to look at like the EMA, like 300 or 5. Market crash will bring back a test of the 70s. I mean, if the market crashes, GameStop's going to drop pretty hard. At least during the crash. I don't think the SPY is going to go like sub. It probably won't. It realistically probably won't go below like 2. Probably won't go below 3, honestly. But it could. Oop. Tiny recovery. That's crazy pessimistic. Is it? 2008 shaved off, what, 10 years of growth that didn't recover for 13 more years? And if we have a true crash, we're definitely shaving off the last few years of growth. So, 278. Ridiculous. I mean, I hope with the Fed's attempts at a soft landing that we'll see something more in line with a slow decline. And we won't see the, panic selling of previous crashes because of these upside moves. This gives opportunity for longs to get out without generating lots of fear. It's a data science. Go fuck yourself, Gav. I mean, from the peak of the .com bubble, right here at 12.5, that wasn't, those prices weren't realized again until, I guess, all right, so 2007, so 5 years later, which was immediately before this crash. And that wasn't realized again until 2013. And in 2008, we fell to levels that hadn't been seen since 1996. So if we had a crash of equivalent size to 2008, figure We could easily lose 8 years of growth, maybe more. Fucking great for people who get in on the bottom. Bad for people who waited out 8 years of growth. I'll tell you right now, if the SPY goes below 300, I'm buying the fuck out of it. In the event of a crash, it would be a good idea to buy put leaps on the SPY. I mean, you won't be able to afford them if the market's crashing. A market crash would be an opportunity for people to build real wealth and stability. Going back to the Gilded Age. I mean, I don't know, right? Like, all the fucking big mega billionaires right now, all their money's in stock. Elon and fucking Elon and Bezos have lost billions over the last few weeks. I mean, they'll still be billionaires, right? No matter how hard it crashes, but less. $400 put leaps, only 3,000 right now. Yeah, they're not that bad. And they're kind of expensive today. If you catch them on a run up, they're actually pretty cheap. Do you think the SPYs are covered enough to make the tomorrow more positive? No. I think it needs to get back up above 213. Like, it needs to get back into this support. I guess as long as we continue to trend up into the end of the day, that's a good sign. But Chair Pass said we're far from a recession. Dude, if we have another negative GDP report, we're in a recession. I mean, far from a recession is next month. How likely do you think a crash is? I mean, it's like a coin flip. Good. I mean, you need to get a crash, you need fear, right? If there's not enough fear, then you're not going to get a crash. It's pretty simple. Like, people need to sell in mass, which, begets more selling and more selling and more selling. Like, people are a little scared right now, but I don't think they're super fearful. Can you make sure our GDP is positive this month? I mean, we're right on the line, right? There once was a man named Gurk who all of Superstock thought was a jerk. He read us his book. We no longer felt shook, though the SPY looks like it got murked. Thank you, Tim Timmery. How many times was it down 4% in a day? No, I think when Buffett says to buy when everyone is fearful, he's not implying you catch the falling knife. He's more implying that, you know, you buy when no hope is on the horizon. You know, you're buying the bottom when it doesn't look like things are going to turn around or go back up, that nothing's ever going to recover. That's the time to buy. No, we're not doing more limericks. Fucking just stomp it out right now. No. Jamie's been working with DoorDash for quite some time. The last 5 years, it was only down 4% or more 8 times. 6 of those were COVID. Greatest trader of the nation is up $46 on his UVXY position. I mean, everyone gets fucked in a crash to some degree, but yeah, it hits the poorest the hardest for the longest. You're talking about decades of economic disparity only increased from how bad they are now. I mean, eventually it'll just start fucking, people will just start hunting rich people in the street, right? But until then, I bet VIX calls this morning when it was trading at 29, Pop CERN. You're not getting the crown today. Nvidia down nearly 40% on 6 million, down nearly 8% today. Thoughts? 375 being erased since the highs. I wonder when reversal occurs. I mean, it's just everything's just coming down. You can pick any fucking stock you want. It doesn't matter. Amazon's down 8% today too. You know, it's Tesla's down almost 10. Jesus. Home Depot at 296. No, it tested 293. That was a big sell-off. You know, GameStop's still kind of doing okay. Made a joke about your water bottle paying for itself in super chats. Then I felt bad when you replied with how little it actually earned because it brings me so much joy. Tizmaster, thank you for paying for my water bottle. I appreciate it. The water bottle now my best investment of the day. Thank you so much, Tizmaster. I'm glad you enjoy it. It wasn't powerful, but I guess it was an hour. was like 56 minutes. This we got. If you want to make a buck, you need a little luck, or a chairman's so sweet when he sends out that tweet. Shorts are fuck. Ah, nice. V at 203.29. I know. Okay, guys. The fucking SPY is down 450 basis points today. You don't need to tell me that other stocks are also down. I know. Especially ones that are on the screen. I appreciate it. Dude, EPAM fucking killing it. I only got one option. I sold it earlier today. I didn't know they had earnings coming up. I just bought one when you showed it to me. I couldn't get filled on them, though. They had no liquidity in the chain. Kraft Heinz down 0.5. Yeah. I mean, some things are still going to be doing okay. Kroger's probably holding its own. 3%. Nice deal, actually. Walmart only down 1%. Target down 2, just under 3. What was it? CVX. Chevron only down 0.8. BP down 2. Oxy's up. Hmm. How's UPS doing? Didn't I mistakenly do TA on this yesterday? I think fucking UPS looks really good. By the way. 2% down today, I know, but should be like this kind of looks good. Fucking even gold lost. It's ridiculous. Hey, Jimmy rallying even more. Likely to have more. My only problem is I don't want to extend that much capital. I agree. I agree. They're going to continue up probably back to like 400. But I have no way of like it's so hard to get options on it. The spreads are absurd. And they're not going to be better after today. CERN down 0.28%. The end is nigh. You're the only person going into this recession a billionaire, pop CERN trader. Congratulations. The key takeaway from everything you said today is that some form of MOASS is inevitable and imminent. Thank you, Elsie. Petition to ban Stefan. Probably not. I'm just hoping that after today's price action, like, liquidity picks up and I can get some options. If I can get some options, I'll go pretty long on it. It looks, I was looking into it a bit. Their earnings were phenomenal. Velvet Jupiter, what the fuck? Cornichon? Get a song, I guess. Remember, Velvet Jupiter, paper-handed bitch. Former Pigeon Well. Even though he's a Cornichon now, you can still shame him. Imagine being a pigeon whale before the recession and not being able to hold through. Worth it. Which stock do you hope will have more liquidity after today? Oh, EPAM. Fucking war-torn software company fucking beating out all of North American assets. Yepa9, shame. Thank you so much, man. Uneducated both uses. Institutions are preparing for an incoming call, so assets are being liquidated market-wide to pay us tendies. Why not? Thank God I've never given you any money. What about that time that you had to chat via Ko-Fi? Because you got shadow banned. I'm still a pigeon whale. I never remembered to cancel that shit. Also, best way to launder $82 a month. Why would I hold a stock forever? I don't have any hold forever stocks. I'm not Warren Buffett. I'm not collecting companies in my curio cabinet. How is it $82 for you? YouTube takes percentage. Yeah, I also have to pay taxes on it. So it's probably more like 50 something dollars at the end of it all. We're gonna close above 119? That'd be cool. Can you show us the Wyckoff chart you had? It's in the daily DD if you want to see it. Also. So I think we tested the bottom again today. Shit. Oh, close. Hold on. Did we test 113 today? Yeah, 115.24 was our low. So maybe tomorrow, T+2, we see some upside. The market's recovering a little bit, right? Yeah. Ding ding. Day's over. Well, that's good. So the close up above that 113 resistance or 413 resistance on the SPY. Let's take a look at it. Is probably okay, moderately bullish going into tomorrow. Didn't lose the support on the low end and fall out, like have the bottom fall out from us and slip down to like 405 again. So I don't know if tomorrow is going to be extremely good, but there should be some upside to the market tomorrow. Jesus Christ, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson. Another big ass buy on the closing candle of Bobby. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think something's going on there. I need to look at their chain for the week because it's someone's buying a lot of it. Anyway, the SPY did close relative to where it was kind of trading for the rest of the day. If we start to see, we might start to see some T+2 movement from that hedge that's still being carried. Remember, everything still has a massively positive hedge that needs covered from here. We might have seen some of it covered on the downside today, but I don't think a lot. So tomorrow's T+2, we may see some price action moving forward. GameStop resisted the downtrend in the market, I think, pretty well today. I mean, it's not great, but it did better than I would have expected, especially towards the end of the day. Kind of right after CNS closed, right? So CNS closed here on our low, just before our low, and we went straight up afterwards. So pretty cool. GameStop also might have some T+2 action tomorrow. Remember, it was carrying like almost a 3 million to the dollar hedge going into today. There's FTD covering on. So GameStop's got the overlapping FTDs right now, which are kind of just volatile, right? But they're not consistently net short or net long. They're kind of a mix, and so they tend to drive volatility, but not a lot of positive or negative price action. Once we hit the ETF FTDs, which are a little further out, those tend to be overwhelmingly net short, which means they have to create buy volume in order to clear them out. And if we're approaching the end of like the SLD period between like the settlement, which should have happened kind of like should be happening like yesterday and today, and we're gonna move into the period like in between the settlement and the next deposit on SLD. We could see a run in the market during the time frame that GameStop has those ETF FTDs, which would assist our positive price movement. Still conservatively targeting like 132 to 136 for the upside of that though. All right, guys, thank you so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 something a.m. ETF rebalancing is in June 17th. Thank you guys so much. Have a good night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.